على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم والله أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. دمي فلسطيني Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live and alive. That was, of course, My Blood is Palestinian. The dance was portrayed by the students of the Catholic school in Jerusalem, Palestine. Palestine. Never beating the terror propaganda allegations. Well, as a matter of fact, hopefully, if today all things go well, we will be beating the terrorist propaganda allegations, or rather, tackle the issue head on in terms of what is considered terrorism and what is not considered terrorism. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is a beautiful, very spectacular, very important day of the week. And you might be thinking, is it because it's debate day? It's finally a culmination of an entire year of mass harassment, smears, and all of this stuff. And no, I'll tell you, no, that's not the real reason. Hasan, what's going on? Why are you in such a cheery mood? What's happening? Is it because, I don't know, is it because finally you'll have a little bit of catharsis afforded to you? No, that's not the reason either. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why it's important today is because it's Friday. As you all know, I'm still a man that loves tradition. And as always, you know, every Friday we celebrate the Lord's Day. That's right. A tradition that our forefathers fought long and hard for in the labor union movement, labor militancy, blood, sweat, and tears, and fights. Molotov cocktails at certain points were thrown just so you and I could also get a 5-day work week as opposed to the 7-day work week, 40 hours. You like that? Thank a union. No child labor. You like that? Thank a union. And the weekend, you like that? Thank a union. So you can feel a semblance of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity over the weekend where you are no longer sucking the man's dick on the daily. And if you're unemployed, then it doesn't matter. Every day is like a weekend for you, baby. All right. Well, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's precisely what I am going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, for all the parasocialists out there, last night I ended the broadcast and I didn't really do much. I didn't do much at all. I talked to Felix a little bit, talked to some friends, as I am known to do. Told him about my experiences with Anthony Starr, meeting him and telling him about how he, Felix likes Anthony Starr. I watched the last episode of Lazarus. As much as a Watanabe fan I still think Lazarus is probably his worst work in comparison to his best work. And then, did you in any way prepare for the debate? No, I did not. But you met Homelander? Yeah, but it's not even a thing. It's not like we met in passing. I've seen him before. That's it. Not like, it's not. It is what it is. Have you seen the Fetterman article from New York Mag? Yeah, I did. Lo, you've been preparing your whole life. You don't need to prepare. Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to. Exactly. This new guy at my job as my coworker. Who's the girl? Should I go to HR? No, because if you go, then you're gonna get in trouble because the HR is probably gonna be like, that is also a Oscar. Maybe the frick. FBI. What the hell? What the helly? What is happening? Hold on. It's back. It's coming back. Okay, hold on. It's fixed. What the hell was that? What the helly on? Dude.
The biggest in. What the helly?
Okay. We should be back now. No more delay, I suspect. No more delay? Yeah. We're good. Press one. Delay test. Press 1. Woo! Okay, we got like 10 seconds. It's fine.
What the helly? My new watch on Prezi, diamonds on spaghetti. What the helly? What the helly? My new watch on Prezi, diamonds on spaghetti. Pop outside with that sauce spaghetti. Bad hoes in the telly. What the helly? I get bad hoes naked. Bad hoes give me Beckett.
I get bad hoes naked. Bro, I thought my earbuds were bugging out for being far too behind on my phone. No, it's fine. What the hell? What the helly, Burton? Okay. Anyway, personal news wise, like I said, I didn't do much. I went to the park. I played some basketball. I lost 2 of the games, won 1 of the games. And I'm not going to lie, that's not a good start to the day. I'm going to need a W today later, if you know what I'm saying, because I started the day off with some L's, okay? Foreshadowing for the rest of the day. Read this message as soon as you see it to test the delay. Okay, but I wasn't really paying close attention to the chat. You have to trust me. Under no circumstances be sexy in this interview. I can't keep coming back to this timeline. What? Yeah, you not prepared for DreamCon at all? Shaking my head. No, here's the problem. You want to know what's going on? You want to know what's happening? First of all, the dude that I'm playing against is pretty good. It's not like he's bad. He's like, he is perhaps the most lethal type of person to play against. A guy who is comfortable in his court. Okay, for those of you who don't know, there's dudes that are maybe not the best players. This guy's pretty good, but there's dudes that are literally just a lights out shooter on one court alone. This guy is both good and a lights out shooter on that court. So it's like one of the hardest type of dudes to beat because he's a shooter. And like with this much space allowed, like I could be fucking straight up on him like this, and he can still make a fucking 3-point shot. Like he's a difficult person to go up against. Future Hasanabi, you have to trust me. Under no circumstances be sexy in this interview. I can't keep coming back to this timeline. Says Future Hasanabi. I'm gonna try to be sexy in the interview, I think. Anyway, so. Do you want the Twitch Prime now or after the debate? You're going to DreamCon again this year? Hell yeah, I'm going to DreamCon again this year. Are you kidding me? But one of my biggest problems, honestly, is like I can't, my cardio, I don't know what it is. And I don't want to talk about it because I don't want people to, I don't want people to get annoying and act like they're doctors as they often are known to do. Whenever I talk about it, but like my cardio's gotten so much worse. Like I have to 1-on-1 to 13. I used to be able to do like 2 of those before I got gassed out. And now I am. Boss, we got to change up these title emotes. Wait, what? Is there a king? Oh no. I didn't even realize that there was. I'm so stupid. You're right about that. All right, give me. Fuck, what kind of emote should I use? Ah! That's a bad. You're so right, M HUD. What am I doing? I wasn't even paying attention. I'm so fucking old. I'm old. I'm washed. I can't even play ball. I'm so done. I'm so done, dude. What the heck? I'm so dumb, bro.
The heli, bad hoe call me daddy. I help fucking daddy. What the heli? New bitch out of Jersey. I might buy a Birkin. What the heli? Girl, your boyfriend nerdy. He a bum for certain. What the heli? Bitch, I'm young and rich. Before 9 a splurger. What the heli? Heard I fuck this bitch. Got this nigga lurking. What the heli? Diamonds on spaghetti. Bad hoe get that Becky. What the heli? Wrist on Prezi. Necklace on spaghetti. What the hell? I don't know no Jackson. I know Ben Frankie. What the hell? Gotta take my pills. I get too cranky. What the hell? In the S5, in the S80. What the hell? How you going drills and I but still make it? What the hell? Send her straight to hell. Nigga come playing. What the hell? I done bought his life. Beasky gon' take it. What the hell? This a new Chevelle. This whip ain't basic. What the hell? Bitch, I'm Ricky Flip. If it's beef bacon. What the hell? I'm like Keenan Kel. Get the trap shaking. What the hell? Like a deadbeat. The Abbas ain't making. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the helly? What the hell?
Cardio ain't gonna do nothing about you getting your ankles Mick broke every time. Pfft, my ankles, dude. Fuck are you talking about? Can you get Jacob Berger to talk about the Flotilla strike? Bro, that was a real polar bear and Arlington situation. When I was watching the stuff that was going on with the Gaza Flotilla that came out of Malta and got fucking hit by the Israeli military, and then his face popped up and I was like, I unironically went, what the hell? What the helly? When I saw TikTok's very own. I mean, look, this dude is a real one. Like he very clearly, he has been a massive advocate for Palestinian causes, but it was just like, it was kind of wild seeing him pop up in the background. Like it was just a shocking thing to see, considering that I know him as like the cop. Like the guy who is a TikTok comedian who was a cop. I'll talk about all that in a second, though. His name is Jacob Berger. And Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg makes sense, though, because, like, you know, Greta is, Greta has been a massive advocate. All right. Let's do it. Israel strikes Israel strikes aid ship in Malta. John Fetterman is awful in new expose. Finally debating my former podcast co-host who's become what is this? Where we're at? MTG's mad at Trump. Nice. I love that. After his year-long deplatforming efforts against pro-Palestinian advocates at 12:30 PST. Get in now. Kaya, what are you doing? Oh, you got caught. You got caught. My mom is here, so she's being kind of bad. That's just like, that's just classic. What time is debat? Debat is at 12:30. Debat is at 12:30. She wants to hang out with her grandmother. Yeah, no, she does. Not happening. In an hour and 30 minutes, chat. In an hour and less than 30 minutes, as a matter of fact. What is happening with my camera? This camera sucks. Don't you think you should have some sources ready to go? You know, he probably prepared for weeks. Yeah. Yes and no. I'm good. I'm going to keep it $150 with you guys. The sources I need, they're up here. Also, I do have some clips. Don't worry. Asman will be reacting to the debate too. I hope it can be used to educate a lot of people on Israel Palestine instead of just talking about his personal feelings. That's my goal. That's my freaking goal. That's my goal for sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. Yeah. I want to thank you for inspiring me to lose weight. Okay. Congratulations, chatter, for the 20 pounds down. What is my camera's messed up. I can't believe a guy who used to make funny YouTube videos got reduced to a Zionism defender. I mean, that's par for the course. Let's be real. I mean, that's like defenders of Israel at this stage are people who are, they're not going to have a good time finding academics and also human rights defenders. You know what I mean? So yeah, they have to resort to whoever they can get. Wolf Blitz would be watching. I mean, he knows who I am, so that's not maybe. We know David Weigel will be watching. Anyway, I saw this Himbo MP3 post that I wanted to highlight. Using Hasanabi talking points to explain to my dad dangers of conspiracy theories around secret orders and the intentions of those who spread them, and how the U.S. doesn't even bother to hide the evil it does and facilitates. Thank God for this community. I'm so serious. I had to tell him there are people in this community whose parents have been lost to QAnon and other cults, conspiracy theories, and I'm terrified of that happening. It doesn't mean I'm smarter than him. No one is immune to propaganda, including me, but I have to try to talk to him. Without Hassan's talking points in this community, I wouldn't have had the tools necessary to talk to my parents out of this shit. And I don't know if it worked, but I'm thankful nonetheless, especially because I almost lost my shit over it. Love you guys. Have to remind him periodically the U.S. doesn't bother to hide its evil deeds. It has always lied. We want there to be a conspiracy theory, but at the heart of it, it's empire and capitalism. That's what the problem is. And you don't have to look too far to find once somebody points you to it. And also, all of the conspiratorial aspects that normally you would look at and go, that's weird. How is that happening? That's literally happening in broad daylight. You know what I mean? Here, this is one of my favorite conspiracy accounts. I don't fully agree with everything that they post, but I saw like something that they posted that I actually bookmarked because I thought that was really interesting. It was in response to Ryan Coogler potentially doing X-Files, right? Really wonder what Coogler's angle is here. Obviously, you can do a fun Monster of the Week thing with some mythology elements in your sleep, but the core themes of the new X-Files or the core elements of X-Files revolve around conspiracy, and that means something different now than it did in the 90s, right? Because Ryan Coogler, for those of you who don't know, is maybe potentially thinking about doing a new X-Files. But in the 90s, conspiracy theories surrounding aliens were very different than the types of conspiracy theories that exist now. Okay? Get Coogler on the stream or pussy. I love Ryan Coogler. I would love to have him on the stream. That'd be sick. I mean, he's been on with my queen, Amy Goodman. So it's not that big of a stretch. And he works with Boots. So it's not a stretch at all, as a matter of fact. Considering that he works with Boots Riley and also Amy, I literally have 2 avenues of entry into having Ryan on the broadcast. Like, that would be sick. That would be sick. Wait, have you had Boots Riley on? I've never had Boots Riley on, but like, we're moots on Twitter. I watched an interview where he struggles so hard not to admit he's a communist. You mean Ryan Coogler or you mean Boots? Boots Riley is an out and about communist. I don't know about Ryan Coogler. Did you see Sinners? Yeah, I saw it early. Shouts out to the RDC boys. Shouts out to Mark Phillips, Supreme Dreams. They invited me to watch an early screening of it, and it was awesome, and I loved it. Chris Kunzler said he wants to come on the stream, by the way. He DM'd you. I don't respond to British. I have a no British policy. No, I'm kidding. I would love to have Chris on at some point. Yeah, I am a big fan of his work. I think he's doing great. He's doing great work. Playlist for later. Yeah. We'll get to it in a second. What was I talking about? Oh, conspiracy theories, right? Conspiracy theories that currently exist. Conspiracy theories that you can't call conspiracy theories because this is real, but at least like maybe covered from a perspective that's a little bit embellished. Robert Skvarla responds, what do you mean? The U.S. is controlled by a cabal of UFO-obsessed defense contractors who believe AI will enslave society and are trying to usher in its arrival. One of them might be a vampire who survives on the blood of young people. That is Peter Thiel. Okay? The government has spent 8 years trying to convince us Cuba, Russia, and China are hiding secret brainwaves that they've been using to zap diplomats and CIA officers. Havana Syndrome. Congress held hearings about a UFO crash retrieval program. The year ended with people freaking out over a secret government drone program and or UFO sightings over New Jersey. Remember, that was in December. I was just thinking about that as well, by the way. There was just a story in the news about a tech-adjacent rationalist cult, the what was it? The Zizian cult. For those of you who don't know, the Zizian cult didn't get a lot of motion overall, but it was very weird, but that literally is a thing. Tech-adjacent rationalist cult that may have been involved in cross-country murder spree. The defense contractors that control society own or have a stake in companies with business models built around schizo algorithms in our phones. They profit off of every mass shooting. A subset of Congress people are motivated by a messianic cult that is running a breeding program designed to birth a red heifer because they will think it will bring about a rapture. He's talking about evangelical Zionists, like Christian evangelical Zionists specifically, that have this exterminationist Armageddon theological justification. This is real. The red heifer, like they're trying to. It sounds insane when you think about it, but like that is real. That is a real thing. Ironically, also in Israel. You have one of the members of the cabal is a rich pervert who believes only he can repopulate society. So he's running a private breeding program, Elon Musk. He may have as many as 50 children. Oh, and he knew a notorious sex trafficker who was trying to do the same thing, Jeffrey Epstein. The cabal secretly owns a network of conspiracy influencers and propagandists to lull the public into a false consciousness so they can carry out their eugenicist technocratic agenda. This also goes along with what, like, the conversation I had with Nathan Tankis. It dovetails nicely into that, where Nathan was like, you don't understand. I've been around these people. And they only care about birth rates. Like that, it unironically is what they are obsessed with. Like I sometimes find myself feeling like there's no way these guys are that stupid or that insane. And then lo and behold, they prove me wrong, you know? Because on principle, for those of you who don't know, on principle, I have a policy of never assuming. I have a policy of never assuming that someone I'm covering is behaving in an irrational manner, right? Because you can't do commentary or an analysis if you just assume that the person that you're talking about is too stupid or too irrational or too erratic. Like, you have to always try to figure out the rationale. Even an irrational person can have like a logical through line. And that's what I try to identify, usually. Action and reaction. That's what I do in my commentary, right? But some of these motherfuckers are crazy. Okay? Some of these guys are that stupid. And they are that crazy. And I don't know what to do about it. I used to be a big Ethan Klein follower and immediately jumped ship here after October 7th. Wanted leftover stream. I wish you could see that so many people left this community, not because we are anti-Semitic, but we are all anti-Zionist. Okay, well, we'll get to that stuff later, okay? Just save that. Save that for the future. Weren't there Texan evangelicals breeding red heifers to send to Israel? Yes. Also, come on, you can't tell me this guy isn't a fucking alien. It's so funny. Egghead. Those Christians are called accelerationists, and it's a belief that you can bring about the second coming of Christ through a major world event or some other apocalyptic means. Mike Johnson is currently living with an accelerationist pastor, by the way. Yeah. I do find it very insane and very crazy. Hasan, can you not defend Nasrallah in the debate? I've been looking into him, and he basically denies the Holocaust. Yeah, I'm... Thanks, man. Hey, thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up, dude. Yeah, no, I will not be defending Hasan Nasrallah's statements on the Holocaust. Finished my dissertation yesterday describing the social media propaganda and ignorance spread by Daily Wire and Gang. Mentioned you at 1.2. Thank you for educating me years ago. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be where I'm now without this community. Also, sorry for the spam. I don't know if this is bad Twitch etiquette. No, it's fine. Speaking of the Daily Wire, one of the things that will never not be funny to me, because I'm so media obsessed, obviously, like conservative commentary obsessed, and I talk about the media all the time. Big part of what I do is media criticism, media analysis. There is nothing... I mean, it's damaging, it's severe, it's scary, but there is still some inherent sense of irony in the fact that two of the most prominent out and about anti-Semitic, like neo-Nazis, who happen to be black, ironically enough, Candace Owens and Kanye West, are direct projects of Horowitz and the Daily Wire. So it was neocon, Islamophobic Jewish guys that literally gave a career to Candace Owens alongside Charlie Kirk, alongside PragerU, right? And they literally created this demon who then turned on Jewish people in a spectacular fashion, like just a out and about, straightforward anti-Semite. They literally thought, oh, well, this is a black person that's anti-black. And also, sure, maybe she's trying to do like this weird defense of Adolf Hitler by saying, you know, Hitler just wanted to make Germany great or whatever. But like, but you know, she's not anti-Israel, so that's good. We can use her. And then she turned around and was like, actually, I've decided I am no longer, I'm not just anti-Semitic, I'm also anti-Israel. And then everybody went, oh my God, how could this have happened? Who could have foreseen this? Kanye West also was radicalized by Candace Owens in the same time frame. You know? Which is crazy. So two of the biggest Nazis right now, out and about, two of the most popular Nazis right now, directly a consequence of David Horowitz. Rest in piss to David. Rest in piss to David. Always a leftist that hates the left more than anybody else. That fucking leftist to neocon pipeline, man. You know? That's why Beitar US aligns with the Proud Boys, and even ADL's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Do you think she was the sole influence in West anti-Semitism? Yes. I know that through first-hand accounts, remember? And this was far before he actually publicly started loving Adolf Hitler, like openly. He started talking about... openly started talking about how he loves Adolf. Bro, that song exists in my... It's so bad. I wish you had never shown me that, chat. The Hitler song that he did, like the latest one. I don't even know if I can call it a song. We're talking about Kanye West, chat. Could be wrong. Candace doesn't seem that bad. Yes, she is a very good propagandist in the ways that she presents herself. She's gotten a lot better. Yeah. Speaking of David Horowitz, rabid Islamophobe, by the way, I saw someone on the H3H3 production subreddit posting David Horowitz. What the fuck is going on here? Look at this. I'm sorry, but Hasan is like objectively not more handsome than Ethan, like the accepted narrative says. Norman Finkelstein, one of Hasan's favorite historians, on From the River to the Sea. Hasan versus Hasan, sweet, by the way. I don't know what the fuck this is. Bingo card. Where? I saw there was a David Horowitz post. God damn, they post so much about me on that fucking subreddit. Holy moly. Dog, they leaked Ethan's debate prep early. What the fuck? What the fuck is this, dude? You're so stupid. Another note on the IRA, it hasn't been raised. Total people IRA, about 1,700 people, including roughly 1,000 members of the British security forces. Oh my God. They're having such a hard time trying to fucking... They're having such a hard time trying to make this narrative stick where it's like, no. All of the other successful emancipatory movements are good, not this one. There's a post saying Ethan is debating you on behalf of all the 6 million Jews that died in the Holocaust. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where the frick is it? Anyway, whatever. This is a fucking... There was a David Horowitz post I saw, but I can't find it right now. This is what you wanted? Oh, yeah. This... Bro, this has 1,000 upvotes, bro. This has 1,000 upvotes. The for it after what he said was chilling. Bro, do these guys know what they're doing over there? Like, do they know what's happening over there? They're literally posting David Horowitz, man. Bro, this isn't drama. Y'all are so fucking insane. This is the type of shit that like even like other supposedly liberal pro-Israel communities are not supposed to touch. You know what I mean? You suck. I mean, sure. David Horowitz, who died the other day, David Joel Horowitz, was an American conservative writer and activist. He was a founder and president of the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Okay? He is a rabid Islamophobe. Like, he was one of these guys. Let me tell you something, okay? David Horowitz and guys like David Horowitz are basically like Himmler, but for Muslims, okay? David Horowitz initially is a movement guy, leftist, turned neocon, turned Trump defender. And yeah, see, New York Times has a glaringly, nice piece about it, of course. Once a Marxist, he came to embrace hard right positions, including the falsehood that Mr. Trump won in 2020, and to mentor Stephen Miller, later the Trump advisor. Wow, you're an idiot. Yeah. David Horowitz is declared a far right terrorist, or I guess like an extremist, a far right extremist by the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center. Here it is. Here's Mr. Horowitz. Despite Horowitz being a founding intellectual member of the New Left in the 1960s, an advocate for civil rights and equality, he has since, in the late 1980s, become a driving force of anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, and anti-black movements. The guy that they posted on the subreddit, okay, that they think, oh, this is how Ethan should expose Hasan today. I'm going to give you some choice words, okay? I'm drawing attention to all these neo-Nazi Muslims and leftists because this is the overlooked but real neo-Nazi movement in America. Richard Spencer and his Charlottesville idiots are marginal, have no significant following, unlike SJP, Students for Justice for Palestine, and the campus Jew-hating left. The faculties of our liberal arts schools in America and in England are dominated by communists and pro-terrorists, and that may sound extreme, but it's actually not. The difference between Islamic fanatics or Jew haters and Hitler is that Hitler hid the final solution, and the Iranians and Hezbollah shout it from the rooftops, and the whole Muslim world accepts it. He's, President Obama, an evil man. In that sense, yes, he is destroying our borders. He will send emissaries to Ferguson for a street thug who got himself killed attempting to disarm a police officer resisting arrest. But when a beautiful young woman who happens to be white and is a good Samaritan, when she is murdered by someone that he is chiefly responsible for getting into this country, he won't even pick up the phone and call her parents. He is systematically destroying America. August 4th, 2015. Obama is an anti-American radical, and I'm sure he's a Muslim, but he certainly isn't a Christian. I'm actually sure he's a Muslim. He certainly isn't a Christian. He's a pretend Christian in the same way he's a pretend American. It really is disgraceful. He's inviting the terrorists to behead more Americans when he should be attacking them with our military. Once again, I'm gonna post this right now. I'm gonna show this right now. 1,000 upvotes. What happened to this fucking community, bro? What is going on? Today we fight for the 6 million Jews that died in the Holocaust? The debate is attracting the eyes of some real media personalities. Oh, yeah. What time? No matter what happens today, the episode with Hasan the Hun, just remember this. I have my health, I have my family, and I have my hairline. What time? Adam Friedland. Even the girlies who like Ethan are dreading the debate. They want you guys to make out and forget your beef. I mean, look, that is... I'm oftentimes too kind for my own good, okay? But when your community is like so comfortable Horowitz posting without even, without even thinking about what's going on there, that's pretty crazy. That's like, this is a straightforwardly right-wing outlet at this point, a right-wing community. Now, the other thing that I was also going to point to was the other thing that I wanted to point to also was the Free Press article that he posted about me. They were like, this guy is so fucking sexy and he's making Hamas also sexy, right? That dude is like a massive transphobe. Like, you're not even looking into, you're just posting people that are right-wing at a pro-Trump outlet and are insanely up Donald Trump's asshole while trying to present yourself as this like liberal bastion. Okay, this liberal guy, the real defender of liberalism. And it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, this is a funny tweet. Can someone explain the Ethan Klein thing to me? I watched the entire Sam Cedar interview and I don't get it. He thinks Israel's committing a genocide, but he wants everyone to have a bit more grace towards Israel while they commit genocide. Is that it? Did you see the New York Post write-up? No. Yo, Hasan, what time is the debate going to be? Not America. That's why I'm asking. 12:30 in an hour. In 1 hour. I was a part of the community. Any criticism post gets deleted and removed. I've had many of my posts removed because I lightly criticize Ethan and Israel's points. Sad what happened to that community. I know. Good take by Emil DeRosa. Good question that she's asking. Oh. Go to 2 in the video on the subreddit so everyone understands what kind of freak this dude is. Ethan about to be Jordan in the 90s today. I think so too. I think he's going to destroy me. I'll be honest. I think he'll
gather in Israel, so he doesn't have to hunt us down globally. For it or against it?
For it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and showing everybody what's here. And you're wearing a terrorist neckerchief.
If you understood.
Anyway, you think he'll pull something off? Considering here's what I suspect. Here's what I suspect will go down. Okay, here are my predictions. Oh, considering that I thought the context nuke was going to feature new details and not things that I had addressed a million times over, and regardless of the fact that I haven't watched it in its entirety and have seen bits and pieces of it, and most of the information there was things that I had addressed over the course of the year, my suspicion is that he is probably going to, one, try to talk about not issues and disagreements between Israel and Palestine, but specifically about how he has been victimized in this process. He's going to tie back like everything that's happened to him in this process, like CPS calls, skulls, like all this shit. He is going to, he's most likely going to talk about like just like really frivolous stuff that he thinks are bangers, like the sword, the tier list, Sabra hummus. And he'll most likely even say some of the false claims that he's made, like some of the ridiculous claims he's made in terms of like how obsessive he's gotten talking about me and how little I talked about him until recently. And he'll say that liberals are drooling over the very handsome terror-cheering leftist after fawning New York Times profile. Yeah, no, I know. Even New York Post had to fucking say. New York Post is also massive Hasbara publisher, so that's not surprising that they would also do the same thing that the Free Press did. Yeah, dog catcher versus dog walker. Like, I think he's just gonna bring up a bunch of shit that he brought up with Sam Cedar, or wanted to bring up with Sam Cedar, and try to relitigate the context nuke and try to present me as like a vicious anti-Semite to his audience. And it's not going to be issue centered at all. But I don't care about any of that. I care about talking about Israel Palestine. So I think if he's graceful, he will most likely allow me to have some breathing room. Will most likely let me say my piece. I asked Dan to moderate it. I asked the Queen Dan to moderate it. Don't laugh. I don't care which Dan, not fucking the band Dan. I'm talking about his Dan. And it's okay, even if he comes after me, and I don't think he's gonna be doing that. It's fine. Like, I was like, listen, I think you'll be understanding and graceful, and allow me to say my piece, regardless of our disagreements, is what I'm going to say. Is the button in play? What if he apologizes and says you're right? Real question. Fantastic. That's amazing. That never happens usually, and I don't think it will happen. Well, you can see the point that you groomed him to think socialism is good, an innocent 40-year-old man tricked by the devil communist. Yeah, I will. He's talked shit about you too. You're too naive, man. No, it's okay, man. It's okay. Are you nervous? No. Why would I be fucking nervous? This is not about winning and losing. I don't think this is about like getting Ethan to agree to seeing my worldview. I think like after the Sam Cedar stuff, like it's pretty obvious that he is firmly committed to his position. And I don't think he's going to change that position. I don't think that that's happening. I don't suspect him changing his position at all. I think he's going to try to showcase how pro-Palestinian he is, like his bona fides on his pro-Palestinian position, and then that's it. I think cry more. Does it? Why is this channel so anti-critic? Y'all some crybabies. You a hoe. You such a grifter, and your audience doesn't see it. Thank you. I'm glad you see it, chatter. Yeah, guy who has been saying the exact same things for the past decade publicly. Definitely a grifter. I hope that from this, at least one person in Ethan's chance comes away with an increased understanding. Yeah. My goal here isn't to like decouple Ethan from his audience or to fucking belittle him, to humiliate him and like cause him financial harm or anything. I don't give a shit about any of that. My goal is at the end of the day for some people that are going to be tuning into this debate to learn new things that they did not previously know about the dynamic between like militant resistance against the Zionist settler colonial occupation and its endless expansionist principles, and why the way they understand it, the way that they think things are going is kind of silly. It's difficult. I'm not actually talking against Ethan here. I'm talking against Western chauvinism, American exceptionalism. These are concepts that are firmly established, and that's precisely the reason why Ethan can get away with not really ever making an argument, but simply just standing there and being like, I'm on the side of the good guys. You're on the side of the bad guys. You like Hamas. You like Hezbollah. You like the Houthis. Like, and most people in that audience, and in just like a broader audience in general, are not going to come into that conversation with charitability to be like, hold on, let me hear what this guy has to fucking say. No, they're going to be like, he's right. Those are scary Muslims. They are bad guys. They're the worst guys. The debate might be canceled. I don't think it will be. I don't know why you guys are saying it will be. What the Oh, that's why you said it. Okay, yeah. If Ethan sees that, it's over. Yeah, most people have a Marvel movie mindset around this sort of stuff, and it's like, at this point, what are his stated disagreements? Just thinks that Israeli society and Israel itself is more redeemable. He didn't really contest any of the crimes, and he runs cover for them. Yeah, I know. Kanye doing a track where he complains about being divorced and goes Heil Hitler a bunch to get attention to it in its own way. Still evidence he got his finger on the pulse of the times. Yo, that's true. He low-key knows what's up. Like, he ain't wrong about that. That is what's popping right now. Not bad. Not too shabby for a 50-year-old man. You know what I'm saying? What is that, moonshine? It's whiskey, man. I'm drinking my whiskey. No, it's cold brew, chat. Calm down. Anyway. Are you going to debate him and Gila too? I don't know, dude. Why are you guys asking me this shit? I don't have any fucking answers for you. I don't know what he's going to do. Kanye tops charts in Israel is not even remotely surprising, but I don't know if this is real or not. World War III. That's not... Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, let's get some primes going in the chat. We got a lot of people in here. Twitch Prime is free, ladies and gentlemen. Dan is as much against you as Ethan. This was not a good choice for him to moderate. I have no other options, but I think it'll be fine. It's real? No. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Actually, I don't know why I'm acting like I'm surprised by this. Come on now. Yeah, let's get some gifted subs going. Let's get some primes going. A lot of people in the chat today. A lot of people who are interested in what's going on, it seems. You should have asked Steiny to moderate. Dude, come on. Dan is at least competent. What are you talking about? He might be against me on some of these issues, but he is at the very least a competent individual. Steiny doesn't know anything. He has no political worldview. Please try not to scream. No, I know. My biggest thing is going to be regulating my temperature for sure. Okay? My biggest, what I'm going to try to do here is to actively regulate my temperature. That's my goal here. I don't want to be in a position where I'm getting agitated. What's the point of a debate if Ian and his followers have no intention or likely the capability to actively listen and learn? So, the point of all debates is it's just like pseudo-intellectual sparring, okay? It's just talking points bonanza. The reality of the matter is debates ultimately are, they can be productive, but they're not the best possible way of getting your point across. But the reason why most people, myself included, engage in debates every now and then is not necessarily to change the mind of the person that you're talking to, because I feel like that's ineffective usually. But it's to change the minds of people that are in the margins. My policy on this has always been the same. You got 40% on the one side, 40% on the other side. 40% are my fans. They're not going to have their minds changed on the issues. 40% are Ethan's fans. They're not going to have their minds changed on these issues. But in the middle, I bring 10%, he brings 10%, right? Those people are in the margins. They are more malleable, okay? And the goal with most debates is to basically ridicule your opponent or intellectually dominate them, try to present traps towards them and get them to fall into those rhetorical traps to deliver some quick, piffy one-liners that make those people in the margins feel like you're actually winning the conversation. The other educational component within a debate is also, if done correctly, is to test out your arguments, obviously, against counter narratives coming from your ideological opponents, your interlocutors. So, there is some educational value to it. My goal ultimately is to try to get people to understand what my position is, but more so to just, get people in Ethan's audience to no longer repeat such bottom of the barrel basic Hasbro talking points. Like, because I worry that their investment in this is almost entirely around like Ethan's personal feelings, and it makes me sad. It makes me sad to see such a large community of otherwise progressive individuals falling down this nefarious path at a time when Donald Trump is just fucking, doing fascism. So that's it. Yeah. Let's talk about the flotilla for a little bit, because I do want to cover that. Breaking at 12:23 Maltese time, a Freedom Flotilla ship was subjected to a drone attack. The front of the vessel was targeted twice, resulting in a fire and a breach in the hull. The ship is currently located in international waters near Malta. An SOS distress signal was sent. This is not dissimilar to the Mavi Marmara Gaza flotilla that some humanitarians in Turkey put together to try to go into the Gaza Strip with humanitarian aid. Israel very famously dropped commandos into this ship and slaughtered these humanitarian aid workers. It was a massively consequential event that, caused a lot of ruckus. And yet, of course, as things go with Israel, they basically, packed that shit up and never really talked about it ever again. Turkey still maintained its relationship with Israel, but Erdogan was very, very upset aesthetically against Israel. But, they still very much kept dealing with Israel in the ways that they were, the Turkish government. I mean, this time, the dynamic is a little bit different, because this isn't even going through the 6-mile shoreline of Gaza. This time, the Israeli Air Forces drone striked a humanitarian aid ship that was off the coastline of Malta, approximately 1,200 plus miles away from the Israeli shoreline. So this is international waters that Israel is violating. Like, this is some America shit. Okay, this is, even if America were to do something like this, and they do things like this all the time, people would probably be like, "What are you doing? That's not, you can't just do that. That's insane." And yeah, look, the Israeli Navy was showing great restraint, as they could have easily blown those boats right out of the water. Stay out of active theaters of war and you won't be disappointed. Yeah, active theaters of war. All of the waters all around the world belong to Israel. Okay? Definitely illegal. Not even remotely a question. The legality of this action is not in question at all. It's 1,200 miles away from the fucking coastline of Gaza. Okay? They didn't even wait for this humanitarian aid ship to come anywhere near the Gazan coastline to blow it up and kill the people in it, like they did with the Mavi Marmara massacre.
Of the night, a mayday call from an aid ship en route to Gaza. 26 kilometers off the coast of Malta, the Conscious caught fire in international waters after being struck by drones twice. A pro-Palestinian activist group, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which organised the trip, reported a strike which it says targeted the ship's generator, breaching the vessel's hull. 12 crew and 4 activists were on board at the time of the attack, but all were rescued in the early hours of the morning. In a statement, the Maltese government said it dispatched a tug to combat the fire and a patrol vessel to provide further assistance at the scene. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition has campaigned against Israel's blockade.
Houthis block aid in local waters bad. Israel bomb aid in international waters good. Yeah, and also the reason why the Houthis are doing that is obviously to not just erroneously restrict international commerce. They're doing that with a specific purpose in mind. They're doing the right thing, and they've stopped doing that in times of ceasefire as promised, right? They're doing that because they want Israel to stop doing a genocide in Gaza. This is precisely the reason why they are morally on the right side of not only history, but also even, I guess like legally, they are in a justifiable position. Like it is a legally defensible position. Having said that, Israel right here is not in a morally justifiable or legal position at all. Like not even defensible. As an H3 fan, I started to listen to you about a month ago, and I feel you will be able to change more people's minds from the other fans. Hopefully, Frogan's recent video has also helped me get out of this madness. Oh, wow. Israel officially apologized and paid reparations. Netanyahu apologized to Turkish Prime Minister for the Israeli role in the Gaza flotilla raid. Obama broke his call between Netanyahu and Erdogan. Says Israel says sorry for the 2010 naval raid. Yeah, this is 3 years after the fact, where they said, "Oopsie, we're bad. We're our bad. Sorry." After, hey, you know, ironically, what they said before then, in the immediate aftermath of the fucking commandos literally massacring these humanitarian aid workers on the Mavi Marmara ship in the Gaza flotilla, was the same technique that Israel always utilizes, where they come out with like the dumbest propaganda of all time, where they were like, well, these guys actually told us in our correspondence, they said, remember 9/11. They said the least Turkish sounding guy apparently told the Israeli Coast Guard, go back to Auschwitz, remember 9/11. That was their argument. Yeah. And then they also did the other thing that is very funny, even though it's fucking horrifying, but it's funny because it's like a pattern that keeps repeating over and over again. They showcased all of the dangerous weapons that were on the humanitarian aid ship. The weapons were kitchen knives and sticks. They shot them with automatic rifles from a fucking attack helicopter, and literally, unironically, presented this as why they had to do this. Yeah. The apartheid regime's expectation that everyone must believe their stupid lies. The occupation forces did the same thing with Mavi Marmara massacre in 2010. They collect the knives in the kitchen, some wrench from the engine room, and some mandatory access on emergency boats. They tried to show the world these are guns. A pack of idiots think the world is as stupid as they are. There is no gun or any evidence connected with Hamas at the Shifa Hospital. This is a disgusting lie. This was when they were talking about the Shifa Hospital report after, why they had to bomb Al-Shifa and take it over. Yeah. This was after the Marmara. They unironically posted this. They're like, look at these CDs. These are terror CDs. They are terror chains. This is terror scarf. Terrorist. Yeah. Look at this. This is a knife of terror. By the way, shouts out to the Yemeni knife that made its way into this fucking boat. Respect to the Yemeni. Okay. Anti-Semitic accent. Yes, I know. Yeah, you might think these are screwdrivers, but they are screwdrivers of terror. They are sanding discs, not CDs. Oh. Well, they're not sanding discs. They are sanding discs of terror. I think this was one of my first, this was one of the first moments where I was like, damn, these guys are fucked up. Like, I think it was Mavi Marmara that I guess is like, because when you're growing up in Turkey, you don't really ever think about it, where you're just like, yeah, it's really fucked up that they're doing those things to the Palestinians. But that was I believe that might have been one of my more formative moments where I was like, yeah, this is actually completely unacceptable. This project is out of control. That's how I got this. Hopefully this ends Ethan unintentionally spreading Islamophobic rhetoric if he can move on from this topic. Yeah, I don't know if that'll happen, but I will hopefully address some of those things. Pretty crazy. The drone struck an aid convoy that had Greta Thunberg on it. They are getting more comfortable attacking advocates even outside of Gaza and the occupied territories. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The way that the world responds to this, especially the Western world, the way that the Western world responds to this is making things a little bit scary. I won't lie to you. So what's up? Can they just fucking kill Westerners that are living in their homes and shit? What's next? You know what I mean? They're expanding the theater of war to the fucking Maltese coastline? What are we doing? We can't. This is the moment where every fucking European leader should be like, nope, it's over. You're done. You know what I mean? She said she was meant to be on it. She wasn't on it herself. Oh, here. This is the unedited radio transmission between the Gaza flotilla and Israeli Navy on the 31st of May, 2010.
Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz.
Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz. MK Lambert, thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz.
Yeah. Remember 9/11. Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz. Remember 9/11. You know? Anyway, Felix's tweet is on point on this. I mean, last time I did this, you know, I got in trouble. Every time I read a Felix tweet, I get in trouble. But let's see what he said. If the EU doesn't treat this as an act of war, they should just move everything from Brussels to Tel Aviv to finish the process. Give von der Leyen his job to some gum disease afflicted settler while they're at it, maybe. If someone told him these guys were also Russian. I'm shaking my head in disagreement with Felix Biederman. Have fun with the debate, Hassan. Remember, you're talking to a cult of personality. Stay cool and funny. Expect the unexpected. It's all about the clips, unfortunately. Yeah, but we got the clip god in here. We got 52,000 people in here. We have our own clip army, you know? We can go band for band. We can go clip for clip. Do not engage. Inside info that Ethan's going to surprise attack you with Hitler joining the call to debate you. What? Do not engage? What are you saying? Grand Theft Auto was set to release on May 26, 2026. It's been pushed back, by the way. Didn't want to bring this to your attention, but unfortunately, that is what's going on. It's now set to release on May 26, 2026. We are very sorry that this is later than you expected, but I don't have an issue with this because honestly, I trust Rockstar. Hopefully, they haven't and shitified themselves as well. And in order for this work of art, to actually be a real work of art that is fully fleshed out, you know, it's gonna take some time. All right, let's
blockade of Gaza for years, sending multiple humanitarian aid ships to the enclave. It has accused Israel of being behind the drone attack and of violating international law. Israel has not officially commented on the allegations. More activists were due to board the vessel, among them Greta Thunberg.
Now, not a single bottle of water has entered Gaza, and it's a systematic starvation of 2 million people, and we all have a moral responsibility to act against that and to do our part to demand accountability for war criminals and our own government's complicity in this genocide.
Israel has blocked all aid deliveries to Gaza since March the 2nd as part of an effort to pressure Hamas back into a hostage deal. The Red Cross reports humanitarian operations in Gaza are on the brink of total collapse.
2 months after Israel closed all crossings to the Gaza Strip, there are warnings that mass starvation could be imminent. The UN's World Food Programme and UNRWA, the Agency for Palestinian Refugees, say they've used up all their food stocks and there's little left to buy. A few dozen remaining food kitchens are the only source of a daily meal for hundreds of thousands of people. Let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande, now. These warnings are dire, Yolande.
That's right. And what we've seen in the past day or so are more powerful statements coming from top UN officials about this blockade that has gone on now for 2 months in Gaza. You had the emergency director of the World Health Organization saying that what was unfolding was an abomination. He said, if we don't do something about it, we're complicit in what is happening. And then you had the UN's humanitarian chief saying this was a cruel and collective punishment of Palestinians. And he said that, quite simply, blocking aid kills. Now, Israel has previously denied that there is a hunger crisis in Gaza, and it's just not clear at the moment when aid will be allowed back in.
A hot meal is hard to come by in Gaza, but for needy families in the south, a delivery is on its way. Today's dish is kosheri, made with lentils, rice and a tomato sauce, cooked in a community kitchen by American Near East Refugee Aid. This will feed about 6,000 people. Sami Matar says his team is doing the best it can in desperate circumstances.
In the past, we used to cook rice with meat, with the protein. Now there is no any type of meat or vegetables also entered Gaza. The people rely on our meat.
Israel blocked all goods to Gaza 2 months ago and then resumed its military offensive, saying this was to pressure Hamas into releasing hostages. Food stockpiled during the ceasefire at the start of this year has all but run out.
We used to receive more than 100 trucks every week. And now we don't have anything in our warehouse. There is no food parcel, no flour bags.
Within 2 weeks, Gaza's community kitchens, a last lifeline for so many, will have to shut down.
If the situation will continue with the closure of the crossings, Gaza will face again the risk of starvation.
Al Mawasi is a sprawling tent camp for displaced people. Conditions here are tough and getting tougher. This man's been searching unsuccessfully for bread. Now he can feed his family of 7. Others are also thankful for the handouts.
At this time it's excellent, because there's no cooking gas, no food. I collect leaves to start a fire, just so we can have a cup of tea.
Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid, but humanitarian workers say they closely monitor their supplies. With rising cases of acute malnutrition among children, there are warnings that starving civilians as a method of warfare is a war crime. For now in Gaza, as the cooking pots are washed up, there's no choice but to live day by day.
When was this published? This is 9 hours ago. This is like the starvation has gotten significantly worse. There have been moments where famine has become imminent inside of Gaza. Obviously, even before October 7, there's been instances where Israel had limited the calories, the daily caloric intake of the average Gazan, which they also hilariously consider, they call it putting the Palestinians on a diet. But it greatly escalated when the war criminal, Yoav Gallant, said that Israel needed to shut off water, power, electricity, and aid into Gaza because they were fighting human animals. They were fighting beasts. And then they did that, which is, of course, a direct war crime, not allowed at all. That is a direct violation of international human rights. So this is, like, Israel's done a lot of stuff that is not by the book, and it's unique in terms of, for example, its targeting of enemy combatants, like people that they declare enemy combatants, versus the civilian casualties as collateral. That used to be, in previous circumstances, that used to be like a 1-to-5 ratio, let's say. Now it's like a 1-to-100 ratio, and it's fucking insane. And all of that stuff is completely indefensible and obviously genocidal, but this is a clear-cut violation of international human rights law. Denying humanitarian aid and food, like denying humanitarian aid from going into the Gaza Strip, is exterminationist in principle. That's precisely the reason why the former head of the Human Rights Watch, if I'm not mistaken, who is a Holocaust survivor himself, I think, even he said, like, I was pro-Israel at first, and then when I realized that Israel is denying aid into the Gaza Strip, that's when I realized this is a genocide. He had said initially, before the like in the aftermath of October 7, he initially said, like, oh, Israel has a right to defend itself, stuff like that. He literally changed his mind on it because of this, because this is a very clear-cut violation. It's not, there is no justification for it. Assume we have a stable government. Would you support a boots on the ground invasion of Israel if conditions deteriorate further? It feels infinitely more justifiable. It's never going to happen. In any case, the starvation deaths, I believe, are still under 100 since October 7th, I believe. So in Gaza, death numbers is relatively low, but I expect it soon to increase rapidly. So yes, the famine numbers are not going to be by the tens of thousands, if not millions, until it's too late, right? That's precisely the reason why through outside pressure, Israel has, at certain moments during like the ceasefire, for example, allowed aid to go in to the Gaza Strip. This has, for a little bit, allowed the Gazans to get food again. But that food has run out now because it's been 8 weeks since Israel has allowed any humanitarian aid to enter the Gaza Strip. This is completely unacceptable. You will never be able to find a single person that isn't like Adolf Hitler, okay, that will turn around and say this is a justifiable thing to do. There is no, this is, the reason why I mention this is because it is the clear-cut, the most dead to rights, definitional, exterminationist policy that you can point to with no defense whatsoever. It is completely indefensible, which is precisely the reason why Israel routinely lies about it and will say, oh, well, we let in this much aid. We let in this many trucks, this many tons of aid into the Gaza Strip. And it's just Hamas stealing the aid or whatever. It's bullshit. Hamas are terrorists, dude. Thanks, man. Jacob Berger wants to talk about the flotilla on stream with you. Brother, do you think I'm going to be able to talk to Jacob Berger about the flotilla right now? I'm about to, in 10 minutes, I'm going to go on a fucking Zoom call with Ethan Klein. Okay? What are you talking about? You know, do you feel like do you feel like we're going to have a easy time to do this right now? Let's just sneak it in, you know? Who's Ethan Klein? Ethan Klein is my former podcast co-host. We had a political podcast where I explained to him, things that were going on in the world called Leftovers. We did that for 2 years, and then it ended after October 7.
Will finally bring relief.
And today, aid officials and Palestinian residents in Gaza have been talking about how there were some significant looting incidents involving aid earlier this week. 5 in total on Wednesday, and they were at the UN's main complex for UNRWA in Gaza, also at some businessmen stores and in community kitchens as well. And UNRWA has said that there were thousands of displaced people who were involved in the raid on its premises, and that medicines were stolen from its pharmacy. There were some cars damaged as well. And the UNRWA spokeswoman has said that, this, while devastating, is not surprising in the face of total systemic collapse. Those are her words.
Yolanda, what signs are there, if any, that international pressure is having any effect on Israel to lift the blockade?
I mean, it's notable that some of Israel's closest allies have spoken out about this. We had a statement that was from its closest European allies, the UK, Germany and France, really demanding that the blockade stop and talking about the acute risk of starvation for children. We had also President Trump 1 week ago so supportive of Israel, telling journalists that he had told Israel's Prime Minister that Israel has got to be good to Gaza. It's got to allow food and medicines in. But we have not seen any change in Israeli policy. In fact,
it's so crazy the way that we all talk about it, where we just have a straight up Nazi government doing Holocaust stuff, and everyone has to just posture like there's nothing we can do about it. It is very shocking to me. Like, Because the Nazis engaged in horrific, unimaginable amounts of cruelty towards 6 million Jews and also another, almost 10 million people that were also branded as like worthy of being killed. Okay. But the reality is, while that was happening, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have like day-to-day access to the people that were being slaughtered. Okay. We didn't just like watch it unfold every single day. And it's so insane because obviously times were different. We didn't have nukes back then. We didn't have the internet back then. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. But it's like, it's crazy to me that like a version of that is unfolding in front of our eyes every single fucking day. And the global leadership is not only going, oh, please cut it out, as though they're just simply doing their best, their very best to manage this conflict, right? And not engaging in wholesale extermination. But it's not just that they go, Israel, stop, like Donald Trump going, Vladimir, stop. They also are actively bankrolling it. They're actively bankrolling it. To be fair, you are saying that as if the United States did something about Hitler and didn't just do nothing when he was on the Holocaust shit and doing Lebensraum. But like the United, okay, no disrespect to FDR here, but like it did feel like it does read as though he was interested in going to war with Germany and specifically Japan as well. And also, my point was that there was intelligence that came out of the camps that was damning. Like people were like, I think these guys are using these camps to like exterminate people, but like they did not know the full depravity until the camps were liberated. Okay? Like no one in the world fully saw the horrifying reality until it was too late. My point is, we're watching it unfold right now, and people are still going, it's fine. The scarf is a bad look. Just be normal. A bad look. I'm not allowed to wear a fucking Palestine scarf. My bad, bro. Yo, my bad, dude. My bad, bro. Shit. What is this? Interviewed Senator Jack Reed today about the new largest nuclear subclass being made in Rhode Island with your capitalism and decay shirt on. He will let me back into his office. I think so. Why not? It's a bad look, man. Please wear at least 2 Palestine scarves. Yeah. Are poop socks still bannable? Yes, they are bannable. Do you think the reason put is off because the internet in general, like we're so normalized to violence? No, I think the reason why we just don't have any power. We don't have any power. There's not really anything you can do. It's not even just about Israel, Palestine, right? I say this all the time. Like, you want healthcare. Are you going to get it? Does it seem like the government is ever going to entertain that? You want free healthcare? You want free college? It's readily afforded to every single citizen unconditionally in other countries, much poorer countries, as a matter of fact. Right? You want it here. Are they giving it to you? No. That's my point. These guys just don't listen. The entire Western liberal capitalist democracy project is is a facade. And that facade is breaking apart with the likes of Donald Trump and the obvious authoritarianism that they're engaging in, and the very little defense that we as a society have towards that is I think, showing the reality that we don't have any power against our governments.
From those particularly on the far right in Israel's government, there is strong support for the continuation of this policy to put pressure on Hamas, they say, to bring back the hostages.
How widely felt is that support amongst the Israeli public?
I mean, you start to see now a very mixed response among the Israeli public, where certainly in recent polls we saw a lot of support for a ceasefire that would prioritize bringing back the remaining hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. It's thought that up to 24 of those are still alive. And, the reason Israel has said that is holding off from ending the war in accordance with what Hamas has been demanding is it says its military goal is to dismantle Hamas in terms of its military and governing capabilities to remove it.
I've been in this community for years. I'm on your side and support Palestine. I watch you every day, and Ethan's community will take it as performative to wear it during this discussion, as you have only worn it maybe once in the last 2 years. No need to take it the wrong way. I don't care. Yeah, it is a performative gesture. What do you mean? Yes, it is a performative gesture. I don't care. Yeah. Why would you have, if you are presenting yourself as a pro-Palestinian community, why would you actually have an issue with such a performative gesture? Like, this is what I don't understand. Like, what do you? I mean, look, I wear this every fucking day. You know what I mean? I got this in Japan from the pro-Palestinian activist in Japan that says, "Free Palestine, save Gaza." There's never been a day where I haven't worn this. Yeah. It's a bad look. It looks corny. It's performative. It's off-putting. Take your shirt off. That's a performative gesture too. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. I should be getting naked, right? You don't want them to know you're pro-Palestine, dude. Yeah, no, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of clips. What are you performing? Support for Palestine? According to Ethan, don't we all? That's what I mean. Like, what's the issue? You got a problem? Anyway. It's supposed to start soon. Hey, MK Lambert, thank you for the 50 community gift of subs. I know that they were going to do the leftovers intro. I know.
And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right? I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right? How could it be worse?
I would love that to be the case, sure.
Hasan is calling in, of course, at 12:30. I have 10 minutes to schlep around here. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us. I also want to thank...
Shopify sponsoring terrorism by way of... Well, I guess they sponsor my podcast too, to be fair. So that's not surprising. Do you guys understand the silliness? Like, supporting terrorism is supposed to be this like major, especially under the Trump administration. Supporting terrorism is supposed to be this like major thing, right? Like, you're doing this, you're supporting terror, you're an Islamist fundamentalist, and then you just like tackle the issue from the framework of drama, and all of a sudden that kind of like belittles the argument that you're presenting. It's like, deep down inside, I don't think you believe it. I don't think you believe that I'm doing that, because if you did, then I think the situation would be different. Like, the way that you're treating this would be different. All right, where is it? Launch meeting. Join from your browser. Use microphone and camera. Okay, what? Your camera's being used by other apps. No, I know. Where is the virtual? Boom. 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 And then microphone. Default microphone broadcaster. All right, got that. I'm getting into the Zoom call right now. Jen Aaron, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And then I'm going to, is it okay to, I wonder if it's all right to show the convo, the back and forth. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna probably have to hide the link, right? Otherwise, they'll be able to see it, right? Is that how that works? I don't know how this works. I'm a bit of a boomer, as y'all know. I also have to pee real quick. You'll be unclippable without it. No, I know. I'm gonna show the convo. Like, I'm gonna show him as well. Volume seems low. Oh, that's because whenever I use whenever I use any sort of audio like any sort of like Google Meeting or anything like that, it automatically lowers my audio for some reason. I don't know how to. There's an auto trigger. The worst one is Google Meets. Like if you use Google Meet, it like literally lowers the audio. Yeah, I brought it back up to like 40, but it's still automatically lowering it to like 25, which is really fucking annoying. And I have no way of fixing it, so I don't know what to do. It's really, really, really annoying. It automatically limits, when you're on Zoom, it automatically limits your audio. Easy fix in sound settings? No, it doesn't. Here, look, I'm going to show you. Are you ready? Look at this. Okay, look. Here. This is my system sound, right? Look, it's at 25. Normally it's supposed to be at like 36, right? I made it too loud, sorry. So, look, notice how it's going down. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. And then I put it back to like 38 and it's going to go down again. And it's like, that happens. I can tell you how to fix it. Go to more sound settings. No, that happens only on Zoom and Google. Try Zoom settings, audio, and uncheck automatically adjust microphone volume. You look like a joke with that scarf. This isn't a prize fight, bro. It's a debate about real issues happening in the world. Thanks for your feedback, man. It's always funny because, like, it's the classic canard of people who don't support the position coming in to be like, dude, as a supporter of your position, I don't actually support your position. I think you look crazy. Open control panel settings and not the settings app. Control panel sound settings. Is it like off of the volume mixer? Control panel sound settings. How do I get there? Go to control panel sound. Is it on task manager? No, it's not. Control panel. I'm on system. How do I get the control panel? Control panel. Hardware and sound. Sound. Change system sounds. Manage audio devices. Is that what it is? Control panel sound. Microphones and properties. Okay. Microphone properties. Untick. Allow applications to control microphone volume. How do I... Is it on the properties side? Is it on the advanced side? And do I say allow applications to exclusively control this device? No, I don't have that. No, that's on the speaker side. Hold on. What about the microphone? No, that's Rodecaster default device. Huh. I have to piss too before I do this, but I got to fix this real quick. 70K watching tech support? Yeah. Shit, I lost it. Click more sound settings, then go to communications, then click do nothing. Trust me, I work in IT, bro. No, you were right in the right spot. Ignore the morons. Go back to where you were. What? Why is this so hard all the time? Use this device. Roadcaster properties. Driver details, events, device configured, general. I don't have the Zoom desktop app. I'm logging in through the browser. Sound, communications, do nothing. Oh, it is on do nothing. Windows can automatically adjust the volume of different sounds when you're using your PC. It is on do nothing. So why is it not working? It still automatically lowers it. Google Meet will keep changing it unless you go to Chrome. No, I know. I think it's like, yeah, I already have it. I already have it on do nothing. Just increase the gain in OBS. It doesn't matter. I think it will auto adjust again. Here, let's take a look. Let's try it. Okay. I'm going to increase the gain.
I feel like we're going to have a second.
Anyway, whatever. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Yep. All right, folks. That's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like, not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hasan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
and of course,
good.
We'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end. So hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, okay, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you,
okay,
sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that. We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did
you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
That was happening. I can't
really
remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this."
No,
and by the way,
care.
I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
Not in that. I mean, shit.
Really?
Yeah.
You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done. Done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know. I have
the dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking.
I don't care, but I don't know why this is a major.
You
point
did
of
say
contention.
it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think
it was
my
definition? I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
right,
thoroughly.
just
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me, what my opinion is on
the video
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean, I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I've made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude, listen,
go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
No, you brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
Also
go ahead.
That Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on and let me.
God forbid.
Position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting. All of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before
in a while.
Before we, stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
CPS.
Same exact
things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
Okay, ask me a question.
And don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good. Ask
you
me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it. It would have been all right. This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character
Hasan, ask me a
so
question.
far
I'm going to move on
removed
to the
from you
next topic
asking
here.
me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do
I think my coverage...
I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that...
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around...
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian.
I was going to explain that. Okay. Would you like me to... You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course
already.
you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Yeah. Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even...
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that made.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
You think I'm dog
Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop.
Can I just say
you are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at least am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
I don't
breath.
need you to
I didn't
console
even
me.
hear your question. I need you to
Well, you
answer
should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you... Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
The other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me
I'm
paint a
waving
scenario.
that shit around.
Let me paint, Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions
because
just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz made
It's your
this
sword,
decision,
bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
iDubbbz, and
You were
don't
there, bro.
know
It's in your
how to
fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me why iDubbbz
Because
chose
it's
that.
your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just
likely
a
because I
cosmic
had
chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know,
Am
it's in
even
your
the-
room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry,
not
Hasan.
iDubbbz.
Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay,
it's
so
what
you're
you
telling
are
a Jewish
perceiving.
man who's complaining about a
And
very
also,
odd
can I
coincidence
just-
that I'm
it's a
crazy
form
and
of
I'm
emoji on it,
exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh,
to
you
me.
got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for
No,
exaggerating
that's not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying. I didn't
You
do
got
that.
me. Yes,
Ethan,
you did. You
Ethan,
literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay,
But again,
laugh about
it's
it. Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
Then
think
why should
you
you leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I
Nazis
draw
only kill Jews,
swastika
Ethan?
one time
do
on?
you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately 50 times.
Why
since
did
Elon
I
Musk
do
did
a
it?
Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because
because
you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
And
understand
who are
that,
you
right?
to say that
that's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
posed with
contention
the
here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
you. Do you
you.
think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu
What you
symbol
drew on
and the
PewDiePie,
Nazi
on the other hand,
swastika.
was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on iDubbbz shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I
so let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
So you know it. So you know it's
fuck
not a
no.
swastika.
They know
but you
that
keep
looks
calling
like
it
a swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
Interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke. You brandished
what only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he
the
lifted up.
decision-making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted
I'm not
it.
him. I don't
Go
know.
ahead,
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his mind.
I'm not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on.
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead. Ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't have a
think
problem telling
you could go back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
killing
time
civilians.
And time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I totally
good. So then we don't disagree.
Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio,
it's fine. Take your time.
My audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan. Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan. Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement with
him.
So
it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah. I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this as
video
well.
Could play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. when you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the cherry act.
to the sea, Palestine will be free, obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
My goat.
one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are...
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you that
it's
I
not
can
even
have a
my opinion,
disagreement with him
frankly.
on that. And you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When
He
have I
doesn't
opposed
say
it?
It is exterminationist.
When
He
have I
says
opposed
that's
it?
what people think. If you think
When have I
if you
opposed
think
it?
that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
He
shape,
literally
or
is
form
in
on
agreement
any
with me.
issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
No,
it
didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
Anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you
actually
about
going to do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that would
Yes,
be
I'm going
incredibly
to talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead.
You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or
there's
what?
a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide
Hassan,
is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please,
but
let
you
me
spent
ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding this
good.
issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
can you
on.
answer that question? Does
No,
that make
Hassan,
sense?
you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make sense?
I said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And,
With pleasure.
Yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very
identical
good.
to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not Frogan.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
I do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's Jewish.
What? Because it's
the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be
100% without a doubt. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. This is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right
so
now.
why is
you look
Ben
kind
there?
Of insane. That's
okay,
why
very good.
I'm
Why is Ben there?
time, like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences, eh? Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name
Very
is
good,
Rafi.
and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew,
and I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her
lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier, and the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
we'll double
I'm 100%
check.
Sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been
lying.
on that official BDS list, I
You're
have
lying.
not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her, son? You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list.
dark,
Everybody
it's
knows the
terrible.
connotations of Sabra hummus,
it's
right?
so doo-doo.
Nobody.
It is
yeah,
doo-doo
I don't
hummus.
like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't
great.
like is
So you-
anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead.
I
Next
don't-
question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know,
and I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there
can
is
say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro and
non-Jewish,
me
are
are in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but
right?
I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So this
in
is
the
a cosmic
tier
mistake. Let's move
on
on.
the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
of course.
that even
the Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism everywhere.
Well,
These are just cosmic mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
Yes, I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there is unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing a
want to
shirt that
make
says
them-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to me-
walking around
it seems to me
swastikas
like you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
seems to
close as you
me
can pretty
like
much fucking
you-
get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting really
to be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yes.
anti-Semitism
I
and
am
won't
doing
even
that.
concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
But
really
once
not a
again,
stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why
Let's
we've
stop with the
devolved
value judgment thing.
conversation
Like you
away
can't make a
from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid
ask-
as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubs to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process was.
Why would
But
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I be honest?
being
Do
anti-Semitic?
you want me to tell you why? I don't
I
think
would
you're gonna
love
like the
to
answer.
hear. Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And
This
if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and about
analysis.
anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the
Yes.
argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that
you
clip
didn't see
up,
that.
Hasan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
wow, bow, bang!
Do you think
hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
No,
boy?
Ethan, as your former
I think
podcast
he was
co-host,
on a vibe.
as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let me finish.
Then let's
Oh,
move
let me
on from
finish. You
Frogan,
asked me two
and
questions.
let's address
No.
what you think
You
I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay. Or yesterday.
Your form of
I think.
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Can you everything?
point to-
And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan,
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not worry
a
about
sign
that.
of
Let's-
mental
let's-
sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's
Okay.
continue.
All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't,
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro,
I
you
said in your
literally look like the
Instagram
dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head
Ethan,
guy.
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room,
pieces of it.
bro. That's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah. So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said Wait, what is something, this? and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate. Wait, why are you showing me this? Senator?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I
this
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the
post
video.
as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator. And I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's
You
why.
think I'm just
and
as
you guys
bad
were
as
hitting that
Candace
same
Owens
flavor
on anti-Semitism in my
Yes.
own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you
there.
said I wasn't. But also for a year,
you're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have
2 days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably
anti-Semitic.
2 times.
For
The
a
reason that I'm
year-
saying you're
for a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back
did
and
not.
forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went back
you
and
on it.
checked. I
Even-
had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went
so
back
I was
and
just
checked.
simply
You're lying.
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example,
appropriate.
is someone
But if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me
got
finish.
people-
You're
got people
getting
deplatformed,
ahead of
and
yourself,
yes,
buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself,
to,
man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for
phone.
sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You
wait,
remember.
Is this the guy?
Wait,
wait,
you
wait.
remember.
No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F slur.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is,
hold on. You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought this
example
dude up.
of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay,
You brought
fine.
him
He's
up.
not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen,
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
if
you
I
don't
brought
care.
him up, Hassan, if I brought him up,
that
let me
person is
finish
not
my
a fan
point.
of mine. Why did
Save
you?
it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hassan,
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
get
me.
there right
it's
now.
my turn to ask a question.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought him
random
up
fucking guy
doesn't
is
give
a
you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At the
Yes.
encampments
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random
Because
dude
he's
who
on
does
video
not
saying
like
he
me
loves you, that you're his
is a
favorite
fan of
person in the
mine?
world. What do you
Didn't
mean?
Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy.
Approaching you?
Here we go. You
Didn't
wanted
use
it, I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry.
love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I love you,
This is
bro.
an environment of
You're the GOAT.
for me.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love
the
you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
For his own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
please, you're derailing this, and I need
I'm not
to
derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
When
are.
I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Okay,
You
very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also happened.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck
producer
it.
and my camera
play it
op,
again.
March. My producer and my camera op, March, was there.
I love you, bro.
And he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying
You
that.
are delusional.
Okay,
You
very
are.
good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him, and he's
I know
not a
you
fan
don't.
of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout
I'll play it
chased-
again. I mean, I feel like
because he
we're
was
running in
clout
circles,
chasing
but
a
I'll play the
fucking
clip
Palestinian
again.
encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview
He
for his
literally
podcast,
recognized
for his
you.
POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
So
now
let me
you
move
don't
on.
care.
Do you want to
It
talk
seems
about this
like-
for 2 hours, or do you
it
want to
seems
actually
like
have a
this is
conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it
stalked
again.
you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in your in
Okay,
one
I
of
lied.
your videos.
Yeah,
you
I
said he
lied
was
about him
of
being a
mine,
fan.
and I was sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's
good.
a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big
I
point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're
a
being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
random
to clout
Hasan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
wants to clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel like
not what
that's
I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That
you
is an
didn't-
outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of mine
lie.
was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Did
I
he
mean,
not harass you?
you are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking
Did
about?
he not
you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video
Okay, who
that he was a
cares,
fan of
bro?
mine,
Go
leading
ahead, when
the
you're done.
audience
Go,
to
go.
believe,
I'll
leading
wait.
the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By
you
the way,
can
this was
probably play
a
its
while ago. He
timestamp.
turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
Bro,
meets
who
me.
cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up
just-
here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm
you
showing
used him in
it.
the past to act like I was sending hate your
Bro,
way.
you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
It's really okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
Fine,
fan.
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Because
okay,
I
very
do
good.
care because you have made an inference that is
oh my
erroneous.
God, dude. You are
have made an
dragging your
inference
feet
that
on this
is-
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we
inference
please move
that
on?
is ridiculous.
This clip
and
you
also
sent didn't prove me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that
He's-
guy. I
Yeah.
mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as
I don't
anti-Semitic.
think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me
concerns.
briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I am famously.
Oh, okay. We're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to take
you know
action.
how
Well, actually,
silly
you know
you
what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action. You are
that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof.
You are
and frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
I have not
with
spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed?
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
wasn't
story,
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
on numerous
You're acting like
instances.
with the last
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked.
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and you're
For Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say, I said you were working besides them.
You took ownership over it. What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bands?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have
I do you work with them?
Credit?
Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be.
I was on the tier list, bro.
Saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe.
Good.
Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
It looks like
but on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers.
You said
banned.
I'm partnered with. Partnered with.
You
are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person would infer?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
Bro, you are
Klein,
literally gaslighting me. It's
videos
so obvious what
demanding
you
the
meant.
bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
yeah,
you think
I'm glad you, yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL?
What?
And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
Matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
I didn't even know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation?
So silly, bro.
When you are saying that you did that shit, And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
Bro, I was being silly. I don't care.
Not
Listen,
anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do
Oh,
I
you're
know?
being
Do I know
silly.
who? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well, do
Now
I
you're being
think I
silly.
got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
I
you
think
got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you
There's a
cried
reason
about
they
it,
call
and
him
then the ADL
token, my
actually
friend.
reacted
You
because
spend
they saw it
time
as
being a
great
token, you're going to
opportunity.
get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to
Silly.
cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox
Okay.
them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
Okay,
I am.
Very good. I
And
don't believe
they've
you.
treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because
surprisingly
they're
enough.
not
We
on
can
the
have a more
receiving end of
normal
an insane
conversation.
fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal
campaign.
conversation with
Why
them
would they? Why
than
wouldn't
you,
they?
seemingly.
All right, so you
They would
think
most
that's
likely laugh at
just to
all of
recap.
this
Just
if
to
they're watching.
recap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you
that has
don't, but
nothing
you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not in
Part of
support
your
of
shtick,
that.
Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is
Palestine,
quick.
please?
It's
'Cause,
very quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're
making
doing
these
the thing that I'm
inferences
so
I am,
critical of
and,
you
like,
on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL and
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's
You okay?
interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
It's not my only
revolves
concern. I care
around-
about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's
And-
easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just act. Let's
no
ask
one-
the
no-
accused how serious their crime is. Fucking
Ethan.
brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious
Do you
court
think
case?
that
No, I don't.
Sabra
Well,
Hummus's
fucking
shit
there it
tier-
is. Let's
you
let
think
him
that
free.
The Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then
You're being
why are
obtuse
you
again.
bringing up stupid fucking
Because
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
you have in
partnered with the ADL.
You
Remember
have
what
in
you
the past
said.
talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked
What
about
do you
how
mean bona
you
fides?
gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause. You
Correct.
tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought
Mm-hmm.
forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that
Mm-hmm.
you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to
I'll
spend
answer.
the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
People
creators?
harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not
but
that.
You wanted me to be
Hold the phone. Let me finish.
Anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in
Okay,
terms
that's
of the
fine.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to make here
that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope, this is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
You literally think that people
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know. I definitely don't like you.
After doing a
let me stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
Need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking. Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hasanabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
Relevant. What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah. I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The the general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to, worked with, talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating. You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't say that.
Hasan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have direct correspondence?
Is this what you do whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's really a good person to align with? That you
I'm
now
not endorsing him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information from him.
Have you ever spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
That is, yes.
Well, there you go.
I don't endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And also
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much.
What have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hasan. I don't know why you referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
so
fine.
why don't you say that?
Okay.
Why, who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not, she has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't, can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
because
initially
Hasan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
no, no,
He
no.
said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
In the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way to?
I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby.
You are
gloves.
a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other people.
That's a little silly considering you're like, well, actually it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway.
While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr.
Listening.
Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that a?
There is one instance.
Did you put a
in
Hamas
captivity
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly
sexual violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
women and girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone
women
is
and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pics or it didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
the one that you misrepresent continually.
I did not
that you
misrepresent the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Go ahead. You tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was
raped. Do you feel like the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not
as far as you understand,
systematized
because you
mass
don't give a
rape
fuck about
directed by Hamas.
the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait,
you just want to do propaganda. Remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, Okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull
What's
it up right
the
now.
Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims
of
sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, Sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So do you? No, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Piker
is
didn't
not
happen, bro.
enough to
You need rape
prosecute.
kits.
Credible
Hasan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Piker didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
Believe
not an
all women,
unhinged freak
hey?
on Twitter. This is,
hey, are we
again,
believing
there's
all
also
women
an article
unless
that
they're
you can-
Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
The PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
What hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who
credible.
Is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical, like, rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
They're
which is
all
particularly
dead.
notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me
They're
this
all
link.
dead, bro.
What?
Do you think, what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about,
Ethan,
do
where
you
are
think
the
that
victims?
they raped people and then didn't
You
kill
said
them?
that there are victims. Can you give me the names
yes.
of the victims?
Yes,
yes. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If they're
Israeli.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the
you
fuck
told
does that
me
have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same screams without violence, the screams without words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli
Why would I talk about
riots
a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict?
Israel had
you
a
find it
January
interesting? There's something
style,
that I...
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing
Do you think I'm defending this?
Went
Why
to,
you?
went
I'm
to
not
the
defending
prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera, on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's
one
a victim
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here.
Is
she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly
Ethan,
what he was planning to do.
You literally featured...
And yet I couldn't do anything.
Wait, pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
Ethan, I don't disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Wasn't even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened.
You're
that it's exaggerated.
mentioning my
That everybody's lying.
in the
That
video that you
Israelis are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen to
acknowledged-
her.
Ethan,
Cry.
you
Or to be
know...
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
Listen
nice
to my
the person who had
words.
just sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross the way you're
Not a day
doing
goes
this.
by that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible
It
man
is.
did to
You're
me. You were held in
definitely
such
a
Show
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is fucking gross.
No person should ever be
Dan,
subjected
pull the
to
fucking
such
plug on
brutal
this.
and
Holy shit.
treatment. Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally
7th.
said in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context
7th
nuke, in
has
the video
revealed for
that
the
you
first
showed
time how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context nuke.
humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's
Okay,
hold on.
listen to me. Listen to my words very
They touch my
carefully.
private
because
parts, they rape
You're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
Oh, you are
as
so
a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged, okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged
In new
it
footage,
because you
a gun-
posted it in your video that you
Here
just
it is.
showed me.
Here's the clip.
reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please,
You're
go
doing
right
it
ahead.
again
Doesn't
in the
matter if
video.
fucking
Ironically.
rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most
Dozens
of
of
who
testimonies.
were hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan, in the beginning,
Are you denying
said,
that? And
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
There's
In the
more
beginning, you
stories
said on
coming out.
October
There's a
7th,
UN
there were
report.
numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on
Showing you
October
people.
7th. Because
Wait,
I never
hold on,
said
hold on.
that there was
You're
no
saying
sexual
only-
assault
wait,
that
what?
took place. I, as a
Wait,
matter
you're
of
saying
fact,
they have to
looked
have
at
been
that
on a-
report.
What?
I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault that took
I
place
wish
in
you had the
captivity.
energy
That was
you
not on
have
October 7th.
for the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same
I
energy.
can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking
I'm
about?
showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with
So
my
vile
people and
to
names?
deny the
I don't
suffering and
understand.
trauma of the victims.
If there are
Just
victims,
because
you
you
said
need your
believe
All right, you know
women.
what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah.
What do you
let's
mean?
just-
You can't just let's just
I
move
mean, I
on
gave you
from
two.
this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely
It's just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence, the one
You deny mass rapes
instance,
happened, and you're doing it right now.
instance of sexual violence in
I showed
captivity
two. I just
that
showed you
we know
two.
of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on. You know
I
that
showed
I
you
agree
two.
with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
No,
acknowledged
you deny
it,
mass
and
rapes
yet-
happened, not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not
Yes.
that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do. I do deny
Okay,
it.
good. Well, there you
Because
go.
There is no evidence. And for the
I
record,
just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the
Actually,
reason
I
why
showed
say
you
it's out of
three.
context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare,
And
as
not
most
only-
victims were killed. Hassan.
Do you
Report
feel-
follows
Wait,
earlier
wait,
testimony
okay.
from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. Firsthand
yawning.
testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Ethan, do you
they
think when
fucking kill
someone-
them?
do you
According to the
think-
report, 4 individuals
Do you think
approached the
when someone
welfare
is murdered
minister with
that
their
there's
account.
no
Sorry,
way to
Hassan.
actually examine?
Sorry,
Do you
talk
think that
about
when-
being gross.
Do you think
Listen
that
to
when
these
someone
victims.
is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
Bro,
conclude?
you know the fucking
to
answer
actually
to that.
conclude that
because
person was sexually
you know that
assaulted.
Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing
Ethan,
them.
you
That's
just said
what happened.
dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm
and I don't know
reading
where
you.
that
What are
article
you
is from.
doing, bro?
If you said
I'm
dozens of
showing you
victims
the
came
evidence
out
that you're
in
wrong
article.
right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason
Okay,
to
so
believe
then
that
what
they
the
are.
fuck
But
is your
from
point?
everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip
just
from
read
a
4
Haaretz article
This is
that
so
was posted
exhausting,
by
bro.
Lisa
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz article.
Wait, why
I
are
just
you
read you
discounting-
firsthand
I'm
testimony
using-
of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
Since the thing that
you're
you
saying
mentioned,
pics or it didn't happen.
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosection?
Because they're dead.
No, that's not
fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying you
Are you
killed
okay?
them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out?
Maybe,
Go ahead.
I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason
fair enough.
why.
It's a
That's part of the
misunderstanding.
reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally
If
fair.
you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Okay.
Because
go ahead. I mean, I just read
because
four
the question I have
firsthand.
for you, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said
There
you,
is
I
a-
misspoke.
There is a.
That's my bad. By the way,
Okay,
I may have
it's
actually
fine.
said
It's
you.
fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't care.
I didn't mean that.
Let's move
Yeah.
on. Let's
Just want
get
to make
back
sure.
to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There
Pixar
have
didn't
been
happen.
no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet,
what?
speaking to Moran Gatz, who I
Gives a
posted
fuck.
about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
Four
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
But there's no forensic examination. There has
Piker
been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims in Israel
didn't happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
Crack open a root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to
Or
actually,
firsthand-
there is
are you-
no
are
way
you
to
actually, like-
bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because
Hasan, are you listening?
think-
Four
you think-
firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but what I'm
Let's,
giving
you know
you
what?
is the
Let's, you're
Israeli
right.
prosecutor's
You know what,
office
Hasan?
own
You're right. Let's err on the side of
If there are
these victims
then,
lying.
why are there? Why
Let's
have
err on
they
the
not?
side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's
while
obvious.
previous
Most of this shit
reporting-
happened, were
while
killed,
previous
and it's a
reporting
religious.
came out-
It's a
while
religious
previous
part of
reporting
this
came
first
out-
responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable. Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude,
just
what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Piker. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
bodies.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did
This
Israel
is so stupid.
refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to actually,
How do you explain these four
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the
How do you
United
explain these
Nations
four
or a
accusers?
third party
How
will
do you
come
explain
in
these
and
four
conduct an investigation?
accusers? How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know why.
Okay,
how do you
very
explain
good.
the prosecutor
Well, let's err on
after
the
those
side of
four
them lying.
accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new.
Unbelievable.
It's newer. Okay. I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an impasse here.
I cannot.
I mean, listen, Hasan,
I cannot
we're at an impasse.
disprove
Can we move on?
something that I don't know about. When the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar,
that
you're a
came out
propagandist, and
after
you
that.
fucking hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my
This is
God.
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude.
You
This
have
is exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No,
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was
Yes.
false. Do you admit
Yep,
that?
it was false. Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
So you're.
Can we move on?
Wait. So you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a firsthand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest.
What?
You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while in
your
the backdrop, you can
implication
see there is a
what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and, there's a
implication
train
to
that
me is what?
most likely inferred to be sending Jews into the
This is the clip
concentration
you're
camp.
responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. Oh, I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in
Yeah,
Israel
can you-
proper.
yeah, play the clip, play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this
Because
is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
You don't
talked to him
know?
about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume.
You
I
were
mean,
there.
it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
that bad.
I think if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look
see
at the
someone
like
put you down a
ratio?
peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos
My
to be
favorite?
false.
Okay.
The
Well, here.
dislike metric
Let's
is not
watch
correct.
it. Let's
Why
just
am I
watch it.
arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator class is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan, I'm
just
not
saying.
iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the
clip.
video.
Guys, how I see Israel. Because
You were in
don't
the
see
video.
that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these
Yes,
fucking
you've
left-
ruined a
like,
charity
lefties talking
event.
about
I
it.
hope you're
Super
proud.
racist, like,
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
podcast.
Israel proper.
But I want to do a show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is,
dude.
The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield
once.
your eyes.
We never
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, I said the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel. Proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you?
Well, it's you,
What happened
you know
there?
what's so funny?
It's
You know what's
crazy, 'cause
funny?
it felt
It's all
like
on
it
the
was both
audio.
AB
Go
and
listen to it,
Olivia
dipshit.
that
It's on
were-
the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it
both
if you
AB
gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you
All right.
implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain
By
what
your
you're
own
trying to
admission,
say.
there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you
I don't
feel,
think it's. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel like
West,
you going
the
to
West Bank
Israel
has
amidst
checkpoints.
a-
It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that
Not
big
at
of a
all.
deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well,
Well, I
Jonathan
mean, where-
Glazer,
Israel,
who made
you mean in
this,
Tel Aviv? So
Jonathan
you're
Glazer,
saying
who
that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold
He
on,
said
your
as
criticism.
much in his
You're
Oscar
saying
award.
all I said was
winning
my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also is an
I
apartheid
make a distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I
Israel
lived there for
proper
5
from
years
the
in Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6
I don't
miles
know
from
how
what?
many miles away it is from exactly
It's a
where you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close
No,
enough
so
that you
you're
can see it.
well,
If you go to set it off, you can watch it. They call
The
it the night
point you're
cinema.
making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes. A death
camp. So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life.
No,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
I definitely
of the
agree.
indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like. Because it's German territory.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't see.
That would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual
I lived there for 5
totality
years.
of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology.
Bro, you're just gish
I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to respond?
And starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
To you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately.
We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
To you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's
and
Zionist?
they made these inferences.
What have I
off of
ever
your
said
output.
that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just
that I am worthy of the scorn of you
just
and the
recognized
entire
how
left.
wrong that was. What you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
So
plenty
what did I
there as
say in
well.
the last 2
There's
years
plenty
besides
there as
that
well.
clip?
What
did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As
You
recently
can't give
as
me
last
one
month,
fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As recently
List
as last
one.
month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
You're not answering my
talked
question.
about
You're just
how
doing this gish
Hamas is
galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
I don't defend that.
in your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at
pro-Zionist?
the Gaza Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure remaining
the
in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I
You can have
said.
criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel, because the
Because they don't make bomb
Palestinians-
shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't make
from the
bomb
Palestinians
shelters?
is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
wanna have a-
definition is
Can
intentionally
I
vague.
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking-
ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, here, I'll be more
use its
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do you
Fuck
mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide. Speak, please. So what is the expectation?
Hasan, please. This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay. Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
you're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay? Yeah. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So what does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
they collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? Yeah. By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending their action.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that.
Do you think Hezbollah
would never blow up a village in Syria?
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't
As a
say
matter of
any
fact,
of that.
there are
You said,
plenty
I
of
do not have a
instances where I've
problem with
talked about-
Hezbollah.
As a
You're
matter
lying.
of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about
You're lying.
Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're
as
done
a
lying, I'll
axis
explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You
I'm
didn't
not-
say that.
What do you mean?
You
I'm
said
lying?
I.
I'm telling
you said
you
I
what my
don't. You were
position is
talking
right
to a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because
Dude,
you want to be
just-
precise.
You made up.
I do not like them.
You
Well, like, I like what you like.
You
I don't have an
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were
did.
allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim
what I'm
repeating
saying,
what you
and
said,
I'm having
you
a conversation
liar.
directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not.
How can you
minimizing
lie
what
to
they did.
people? Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched the clip.
the arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions
Why
in
did you
this
put
clip.
So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous times. You actually said you chat
I don't think about
GPT'd
numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for
Okay.
sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
mean I'm
work like
Zionist?
this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
Responding to
who are
harassment.
offering analysis and not justification, but
Can I
analysis.
can I flip it on you a little bit?
Formed. You're upset with people
Can I
learning
Hassan, you're doing
about,
it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you
So
don't need to
this is
explain anything to
productive
me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa!
Department's
Answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
got to
is
answer
valid?
that one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging-
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why
did.
you say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like,
shit
defends
changed.
terrorism? I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that in
were
a
noble.
second.
I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes. Because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic
understand
is
what
clear.
I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah, Do you feel?
Do
okay,
you?
let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my stop. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hasan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community has
because you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Jesus Christ, bro! I just
want
to have a conversation. I don't want to
your own audience that you've cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hasan,
and if
please,
you
let me just
demonstrated,
talk. This is
if
you
you
say
demonstrated
your
a
community
fraction,
has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hasan,
listen
let me
to
finish
me.
a point.
If you demonstrated a
Dude,
fraction,
I'm
going to mute you.
Ridiculous.
I'm going to mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have
to
left your
let me
community, by the way.
Say something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said
So
they're
who called
primarily
CPS?
responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that.
You're inferring
Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue. So you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
Did it.
No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't
Why
believe you would.
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there is a difference between someone
and that's
doing
different
that,
than what
don't
your
you
community
think?
has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
You, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody
loves
iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like you.
objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment
Yeah.
campaign.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
sorry, hold
especially
on.
because the
Dan
way
is in
you
the
behave
bathroom.
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually
I'm not going to let you stunlock me with, again, another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Jews that are not representative of the broader movement.
They're
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically.
that you
Yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a
capos.
problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you love his videos
position,
suddenly?
I've maintained this
Before you
position.
pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
that's what it is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally oh
I
my God,
have.
dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't just like
all these other
Now let's watch. Did you ask for it?
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's
Oh
not
my
something
God!
he
Wait,
would
I
ever
sent you a
ask
clip.
for.
Why aren't
and
you
all
playing
these other
that one?
content creators actually,
watch.
Whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat
communities.
is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But you. Here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you
clip.
don't have to watch
Where do you
7
want me to
minutes
watch?
of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get
Okay.
it. And you can
All right.
skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We watched
7
a
minutes
lot of
long,
your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This
audience.
is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I don't want to finish it. I know what it is.
Go
you
to the
talk
middle.
kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying
are
to get
not.
people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Wait,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
my turn.
Whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community and claiming that.
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
you claimed
go
that
ahead.
you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's
Thanks
in
for
the clip.
watching
Ethan, you keep
Free
doing this
Palestine.
thing.
I'm playing the clip.
Yeah, go
Dude,
support this.
yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada videos initially.
Oh my God, Hassan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my Lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me.
Ethan,
so I'm just saying,
I
your
don't
community
know if you
doesn't do harassment,
understand.
right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know if you have a
Bad
command over
Empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your
None
own
of-
fucking
none
definition.
of the things that you just
Being
showed
on Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None of the things you showed is inconsistent.
He is the
No, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter.
Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be,
Okay,
would he be a terrorist?
here we,
right?
I got it.
Who, by
Yes,
the way,
you're.
what terrorist attack
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed?
watch a
What terrorist
fucking
attack has he committed?
7-minute
point you
video
to a
of
terrorist
me
attack that Sheila
actually
Klein has
defending you to
participated
your
in.
audience
What
because that
terrorist
would
attack
kind of
did this guy
betray the narrative that you
Would you
presented.
It's almost done. It's
But-
almost
which is
done.
far-
It's done. It's almost
He
done.
would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my
No.
community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely,
do you
provably,
want to
empirically
hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. There's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So
we'll see.
Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you noticed in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those
it's
is that
issue
part of
specific,
his
Bad
great
Empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates me.
Klein
But
is
in
a
terms of the
Zionist dog, and
blockade
by the
on
way, I
Bad
want to kill his
Empanada,
wife.
the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe
I've
one.
watched a fuck ton, though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think
no.
at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
Ethan,
regular?
I have no control over my fan
obsessed with
channels.
you.
What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on Twitter on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. fan channels make the video of the same thing over and
you
over again.
love
so
it.
Of course,
It's
gonna
all
look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
No,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The
same
last one
moment
does
multiplied.
not.
Go back to the
No,
fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think
because
this is
I have
reasonable?
some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels.
I'm
This is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date. What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips,
What
you have
year?
mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you
This is before
110
the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this somehow this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When you
approval,
look at
under your
my-
direction.
when you
it's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo
referencing
campaign
you,
to
it's
avoid
almost
responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement? Hasan called me
you
stupid,
say-
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This
What?
is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your
a
entire
story.
fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them, which you
When did I
openly
try to sue?
stated
Whoa,
you wanted
whoa.
to dox them
When
to
did I-
their families.
What?
You
This is on
sent
you're
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can
Ethan.
anonymous
I know you think
Redditors
Instagram
defame
stories
you
go
and harass
away.
you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay,
I
and
don't
that went
even know
viral.
what the deal was. I don't even
it
know what
got
the fuck
picked-
that was about.
Well, it's
Did
an outright
you or
lie.
Did you
That-
not?
hold on, dude. Let me
Did you or did
respond.
you
You
not
just
get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because
did you or
I'm gonna.
Did you not get your
I'm
lawyer
gonna
to
answer.
try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
said some shit about you.
Bro, let
it's
me
fucked up.
answer.
It's
Are you just
bullshit.
going to
Okay.
fucking gish? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They
What?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck, I will give
I'm
you $1 million.
I'm explaining the context, dude.
I didn't even
You're
know
accusing me of something.
What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
You're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue
what
I'm
you're
talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
they
were fucking.
Do you think, okay, about this instance.
Well, great. It's not that crazy.
One of the Redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement, but in the process,
Hasan, you are absolute. Hold on, you're lying, so you have to stop.
Them for
I have not
copyright
sued
infringement,
anybody.
Your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What does that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me, what does it mean, bro?
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just make people dance? If they got him on a copyright claim?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
This person, by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
How? By posting?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you. How? By posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous, frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit. Do
you know what a lawsuit?
Ethan Klein.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit. Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit? Do you know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my God,
Imagine
this is so pointless.
if I was fucking suing them. How much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something.
They're posting paywall.
They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan." Okay?
Hold on now.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair,
you've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't, because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past 4 months.
I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look good.
Oh my God, bro.
As today has demonstrated.
I said,
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why you tried to add additional
watch the
qualifications to it. Like,
video.
just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I
right?
ask a question
Do you
for
understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
For all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right now.
Hasan. It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so
poorly,
how the fuck,
by the way.
how do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've
you
watched
haven't-
11 hate
and you
videos.
haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
By the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very
I'll tell
simple.
you why. I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you
There
can't
is a
provide,
video
by the
on
way.
my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke. Okay. In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his
You didn't
video.
watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity to
You didn't
do
watch the
I
video.
have the capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video
questions?
then? Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
it seems
did I get a
cowardly. You're
list
like,
of all
I
your
don't want to
points?
watch the video.
Did I
Just
get
send
a
me a
list of all your
list
points,
of all the
Ethan?
things. So
Ethan?
I can't
Ethan?
get, I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan, you consider
he's
yourself-
making a good point.
You have, in the cringiest
Why not
ways
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't
That's
respond
right.
to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay. So
Who cannot,
let me
by
explain
the way,
to you something.
being
Why did I
pro-Palestine
have-
means you are
why did I have
infallible
all
and can
the
never be
information?
criticized. That's awesome.
Why
logic.
did I have
You
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content
actually
nuke,
responded
Hasan?
to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over sexual
out of
assaults, is
context?
that one of the clips that you used, one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please
hold
talk
on,
about
hold on.
something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't
denier?
out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you
I
feel
showed,
like? Wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't just
showed
say
you.
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How
context.
was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the
they
other ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually-
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so so you
Do
so
you
here
feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think
oh,
I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's
Wait,
very
so-
long.
oh,
That's
so you
one
do recognize
example.
that that
That's
was
one
out of
small
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit
Oh
wasn't
my
my fan,
God,
that you
bro.
falsely said was my fan.
Criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay. Was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait. What? What is going
Because
on?
I
You
have
asked me
that
for-
because I knew you were going to do this and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay, play
and then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
That's awesome.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to...
You gotta watch this part too.
Inbred, 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 inbred,
I wanna pause so bad.
inbred, 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 inbred.
What is that?
The clips there. And that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Dude, come on.
You continually refer to Jewish people
you are
as
such
inbred.
a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
so again,
video,
Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and
again.
Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
You're referring continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, I call
you don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry-bully claiming that he was a victim of harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a cry-bully?
No, he's a cry-bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is the bully aspect?
To be a cry-bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you.
No,
how is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't see
I
that
literally
and go,
took it back
what the fuck
immediately.
is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
There's a lot more. Do you want to keep going? Piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because because you're a
Well,
chronic
this
liar.
is-
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
I
Maybe I
went
wasn't
back.
afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to
This
them.
con-
And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about,
All
you've
right,
backtracked
here, let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do
Because
not.
that's rewriting
think,
history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No,
to
it's
you.
not that you
I'm gonna
care,
say
it's
this
that you
very clearly
fucking
to you
glaze them
right
up.
now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side, Ethan?
What have they
You're
done?
supposed to, you're
Hold on.
saying that it's a genocide. What the
What have they
fuck
done?
are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel.
That's
like
not
fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the
It was
fucking
partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes. And
it was bound for fucking for Turkey
matter.
from
What do you mean?
India.
What do you
There was-
think
they
BDS is,
kidnapped
dude? What do you
5
think BDS stands
totally
for?
unrelated Filipino
You also
fucking
said it
prisoners
wasn't
and
owned by an
kept
Israeli,
them
by the way,
prisoners
in
for a
your fucking
year.
video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what
I
are we
didn't hear
on?
you.
4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
Partially owned by an
conglomerate.
Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned
It
by a
is an
British
Israeli
company.
conglomerate
It's
that
owned by
owns
a
the
British
fucking
company.
ship.
So it's owned by a
You literally
British
claimed
company.
that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you
It
think
is.
all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to
How
get.
much of this? How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
0.5.
if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How
I
much?
don't know, and I
Anything.
don't care because I think that even if they
Oh, you should.
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree
I'm not
with
even
their.
conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's
video.
an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You said
and
it
you're
was an
basically
Isle
running
of
defense
Man.
for a
You
terrorist
said the flag
organization.
was on
now,
Isle of Man.
do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country
Well,
on
not
the fucking
hijacking an
planet
unaffiliated
that
boat and
withstood-
kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What would you do, Ethan?
I remember.
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
It's just you couldn't.
They were
put
held.
it in there,
Were they held
you know?
prisoner for a year? Were they
You
held
couldn't-
prisoner for a year?
you
Were they
couldn't
held
put it-
prisoner
you
for a
couldn't
year?
put it- yeah, they
were
were,
they
they
held
were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's what I
hostage.
said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated
Do you understand
sailors
the concept
hostage
of
for a year?
deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
sailors?
Yes.
How is that a
stopping-
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other, successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial
Really?
shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen.
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
scares? I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
Pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate.
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was,
people can look into it.
Even if it was,
why did they kidnap? They didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending that?
You know what's terrorist?
You're defending
shit?
them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
Shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism,
as of this conversation taking place,
and you've done it many times during this conversation.
Literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just. And
very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Is served,
do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's not
it
unaffiliated
bad.
ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman.
Mm-hmm.
It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying.
You don't like
about
that connection.
You're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context puke.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are.
Ethan,
you go. Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're going to figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay? Supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay? Impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino guys?
The people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
kidnapping innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have
Kidnapping
no alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
They're
said just
supposed
don't
to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also
That's
turned
great.
around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route. Kidnapping
I'm ready. What do you
innocent people
mean?
is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize
Is the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's
Why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't
know?
know.
Yeah,
It's really
you should try
interesting
saying
because
that
in your
sometimes.
video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys
Oh
are actually
my
doing
God,
slavery.
bro.
And it
Give
turned
me
out
one.
that actually the
Saudi
videos
outlets.
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The
Literally
Houthis
the poorest
have
country
slaves.
on the planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were
contested.
doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it. And you used
Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi
I just
Arabia
don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just
dude?
acknowledge that that they do terrible
Saudi-backed
shit.
government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement.
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's
They have
not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
Yeah, and how's that
famine
blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
and the
How is
UAE.
the blockade
Why
helping
did
the
you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so
issue.
explain to
but
me why it
seems like you don't know
matters.
shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What, their blockade?
Yeah.
Their
Clearly,
blockade their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine
You
will be free"?
agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions and the
How is that
blockade
relevant?
against the Israelis. You
How is
used him
that
as a
relevant?
primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for.
Can
What
you-
does that have
Dan,
to do
can you
with
play this
every other
clip?
take he's taken? It
Can you
doesn't
play
mean
this
that I
clip?
support that like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally
What
irrelevant.
do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You
wanna talk about-
you
here,
used
listen,
his perspective on "From the River to the Sea" to imply that he agrees with you. I want to
He
see if you
does.
agree with him on this. Just play
Do
it.
you? All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. And by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want to.
I'm sure you can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
There it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
why?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
Deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps pushing back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a point that
it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
bro,
is wrong,
and you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are. The Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women.
Homophobic.
All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known
about bigotry
is
of low
fucking death
expectations.
and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization. But the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is a terror?
I think it would be. I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay? This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy is fucked up.
Let's look at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you
Do
stupid?
you know what the
He doesn't live in
bigotry of low
fucking Bel Air
expectations
like
is?
you dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No, it's not
Let me
because he's
show you.
poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because
I'm sure the
fighter jets
Yemenis
that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So
That's
of
not
course,
true.
for everyone in that side
Israel
of the
doesn't
fucking
claim
world,
they're doing it
when they
on
say
behest
Jew,
of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat
Do you think he's like
al-Ra'ad-
Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
that the only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I
Anne
was
Frank.
fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said,
would you
fuck
think
Jewish
Anne Frank
people.
would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them,
took up
yeah.
arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For
Say
something
Anne
that
Frank
didn't
would be
happen?
bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's
If
not what.
Anne
Let
Frank-
me show you. Let me show
Do
you.
you think that if Anne Frank
Israel isn't.
Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the
known.
Saudis. You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
Oh,
talking
but I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to
Why
Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see? Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this
Do you
because
want to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn
He
the
said-
Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hasan,
Ethan?
you got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he
Are you done?
retweet this article called
No.
Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
Okay.
Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay,
It is.
but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to "Are you a soldier"?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Oh.
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just like
posted-
Anne Frank,
if
by
Anne
the
Frank
way.
if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank
change.
change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking
Okay, well,
tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after hold on, after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she did.
She was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck is what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
you really like to do
years
that.
Old. Okay.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right. Here's some clips that you haven't
Hold on.
shown.
Besides being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist. That is your
do you want me to
perspective.
watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين نمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews, guys.
Buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all this shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
odds. He both believes that Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
Okay.
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
You conflate.
No, he said Jews. He in the tweets said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
Perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
and that's
Jews.
the Jews' fault,
but
right?
Listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically, and he said he loves them because
that is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person, Ethan.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
What?
Well, that's what he said.
Okay.
It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
You didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say? Hold on, Hasan. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
we got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet that.
Okay,
He did tweet stuff
like that. The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you assume.
He literally said that on social media continually.
Because I understand the material conditions and what
kill all
plays
Jews.
a role in people's recognition of the world, what their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
fear
looks
us but
like.
Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's
No,
like,
why-
he's too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you. Stop.
By the way,
being
is
so
this? I don't know if this
spoiled.
is. I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It's fine.
It does matter.
It's most likely
Unfortunately,
not
you're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted
things
is
out of
sometimes
you.
warranted. Where's
Mr.
the
Fair
link
Use?
of
Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah, do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a
Yeah.
big
No, I
difference
know.
between.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your high-powered
course I care about
attorney
my
to fucking
monetization
sue them
status.
and make demands about how they have to
Does that have to do with fair
release
use, man?
information about their
All right,
allegiances to
let me
Reddit.
play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
All right, play it.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious
Dude,
to me.
you-
Wow.
look,
Let's
man,
keep it going.
look.
No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO, before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journalism? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you
they're
asked
cool.
me
If
one.
they're-
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think? Hey,
about?
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing,
Yeah,
pathetic.
because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they look
that
like
right?
a human being.
So
and
you're
not a
resorting to
fucking
calling me
barbaric
racist now.
monster.
By the way, this
Because
dude's
you're
white as fuck. What are you
Islamophobic,
talking
Ethan.
about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the
All
fuck
right,
are you
let's get
talking
back to
about,
the
dipshit?
IDF. So
Hold
you
on,
said
you
the
accuse
IDF
me of
could
being
be
racist. Are you
declared a
talking about this
terrorist
guy?
organization,
Are you
and
talking
your
about
wife
this
is a part of
guy?
the IDF. Do you think it's
You're
appropriate
right,
to call
dude.
your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do
Right.
you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid
The IDF
military
is
targets?
protecting them, and it's
in
fucking
the process,
insane. Yeah,
in
it's
the
horrible.
process of their
Was
pogroms
my wife
that
out
they're
there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple
She was
months
a
ago.
fucking yeah.
She was
You're
out
gonna
there
do the Raider of
doing night
Ramallah
raids.
snark
Do you
bullshit.
think-
Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
described
18 years
the
old, bro. She's a
process of taking
secretary.
someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, living in his own fucking home. And your wife went
Can they
on
not
a
commit
raid
crimes?
to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah,
So
that was an old
inconsistency
clip.
here.
I don't think
Is your
Ramallah's
wife
a
a
terror
valid
city.
military target in that process? Because you've
I-
said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a West
Ethan?
Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Bad
Where's
Empanada
Ramallah,
thinks she
Ethan?
is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target. That's my point.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Inconsistencies here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I
Wow,
don't.
great.
Okay.
All right, can we please move on to this the Nakba
listen
thing?
to me. Listen
Hasan,
to me.
bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
you don't know
hate
who
the
was
West
kidnapped
Bank.
and for
You
what
say
reason.
You
We
hate
don't
the settlers.
Well, we don't know who
protects the
first
settlers,
of all,
Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
So
what if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen? I'm sorry. Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil court process.
Do Palestinian terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have
That's
also
not how it's
served
known,
in
but
the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just belies some really bizarre thing.
Stop hyper-focusing
It's not random at all.
shit.
It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
Please.
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites. Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide? Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those are real human beings.
You can talk to her or debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude. She did mandatory.
Let
me ask you a question.
She's talked
Hassan,
on your podcast
please, you gotta let me talk.
How she went on a raid. She was
you
bored.
have to
she
let me talk.
Job.
The fact that you're just talking over me
it was an adventure
and being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right.
Volunteered.
Okay? It's good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
Okay.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what
so he could have been
raid was for.
He could have been a vicious terrorist
What if
monster,
he killed
is what
people?
you're saying.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in
not
a car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did it
wife
again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I understand.
Are you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If she
child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about how fucked
Okay,
up
fine. My
that
wife's a
was-
terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk about
my
how
wife
fucked
is a
up that
terrorist.
is,
Very good.
as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
Just
former
like Frogan
IDF
says,
vets
only
that
I
are
don't
part of
hate
breaking
only the ones that
silence talk
regret
about,
it.
I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope
wanna know
she
why?
gets
Because I understand
PTSD
people
too?
can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there. She is not supposed to be
she's
there.
a terrorist.
It does not matter.
She's
Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That is an act of
I don't think
terror.
she knew
And
what
as a
they were
matter of
doing.
fact, what she participated
I don't think
in,
she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in is
I don't think
called
she
a
knew
night
where
raid.
they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in is called
Okay, she's a
night
terrorist,
raid.
bro. Please, we got to move on.
The
This is,
reason
like,
why
just
the reason
so-
why the Israeli occupying force, the reason why the
Oh
Israeli
my
occupying
God,
force
dude.
participates
People wanna
in
watch
these night
this.
raids in the West Bank.
You're making
is
this
to create
unwatchable.
A
Let's just-
constant, a constant feeling of terror.
Hassan, talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got
The
to
reason
understand.
why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating
participates
yourself.
in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror upon the
We
Palestinians.
don't condone
who
it.
are
She was
there
19. She
in
was
their
doing
own
military
land. Listen to
conscription. She
me.
didn't know where they were going
Listen
or what
to
they
me.
were doing.
Listen
okay?
to me.
Thank you.
Listen
I'm
to me.
listening, but you just keep repeating yourself.
The
This is what
reason
you
why-
do.
the reason
You
why
gotta
I
move on.
know-
I want to
the
have
reason
a,
why I know that. You wanna know why I know
gotta
that?
stop.
Do
Do
you
you
wanna know
want
why
this
I
to be
know that?
unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because
I'm
of
take that as a
Breaking
yes.
the Silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the
This
United
is your
States
big
government?
argument, Ethan?
Answer
that
the
I pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable. I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn government
jail?
doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't you
day.
stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I
sorry.
think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, the problem with you
Yeah.
is that
But you
everything's black and
can't see
white.
it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for a
fucking
fucking fact
terrorist
that your
who says he
audience
wants to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said
why
it's like
you can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
your
my
wife,
God, bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in the
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the
killing them
exaggeration?
and including
No.
by,
This isn't a
by
comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the
and
fucking
then
hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
of
tale.
answering anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
No,
answer
you're
it. What are we
not
doing?
answering it. You're not. You're just
I
going
am.
on and on.
I am answering it, Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the
historical
history
fact
lesson.
of
Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors
does that have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving
not?
sometimes voluntarily and sometimes
Wow.
because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do
Take a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well,
Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily,
you're fucking
Ethan.
dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the
Can I ask
the
you a
British
question?
learned
Just
that
one
they were
question.
planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that
here,
sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play.
No,
it.
no, no,
One
no,
of the
no,
most-
no.
One of
Does
the
it-
most important scholars on this issue
Oh my
is
God,
an Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi
Oh.
Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer.
And so
named Max Binet.
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that
A
the
few bombs?
Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
Because
that
they were
failed
being
on the
fucking-
Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me
but
tell you an
maybe
inconvenient
can
fact
arrive
for
at
you,
that
Hasan.
conclusion.
Let me tell you an
I
inconvenient
wonder
fact.
why that happened right as
Before
Israel
the
was
bombs
being
went off,
established.
before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea
Okay,
of
great.
going
So
to
let me
Israel.
hear what Avi.
Israel.
Okay,
You
so you're
like Israel. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar,
I
Avi
never said
Schleim,
that.
you
Wait, wait,
fucking
hold on,
liar.
hold on. Ethan.
Nope, you listen
did I
to this
make a
fucking
claim
historian.
that the first
Yes,
2
you
were a
said
part
they
of the
left by
Mossad?
choice. They left because of Zionism. They left
They
because
did.
they
They
were
had a
being
place to go,
threatened.
and they wanted
Let's
to
hear
go
what
there.
your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even
Listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about
It's
his
not the only book
migration.
he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an
He writes
Arab
about his
Jew.
time
It's the
in
newest
Israel.
book, I know.
He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said,
friend.
we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And here's...
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely does.
Contend
But
with what I
hold
said.
on, let me
No.
explain.
Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave
the
Iraq
plan-
because we were Zionists. We
Ethan.
left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by
Ethan,
that?
Ethan,
Explain what he meant by
Ethan,
saying we
this
didn't
is
leave
not-
because
this
we
is
were
not the concept
Zionists.
you
We
think it
left
is.
because we were no longer safe.
Okay, I can't
Explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass. Let me
I
tell
can't
you
wait
something.
too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were
not-
Zionists. We left because we were no longer
Iraqis
safe.
are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit. Because Iraq
What?
and the pan-Arabic nationalist
They
movement
left-
that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the Jews in
comparison.
Iraq have to do with
Zionists were
fucking
the ones
Israel,
who
you
actually
bigot?
fucking terrorized the
You are
Palestinians.
so out of your
And
mind.
then Iraqis.
Dude, you
cannot
screaming and
point to
grandstanding
Iraqis
doesn't
or
mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
This is pathetic.
racism during the
Okay.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking
that...
racist piece of shit?
Thanks,
Do you
Hasan.
think Iraq? Do you think all
do you want-
Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what
Why
you think?
the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because
I've
why?
Never said that there
Because
were no
why?
Iraqi
Answer
Jews
the
that left
question.
Iraq in
You want to
fear.
call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to
Because
Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they
Iraq
left. They
is
left
not
because I'm a fucking
Palestine,
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hasan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous
You
pan-Arabic
coward.
nationalist movements.
Answer the
that
question.
were
You're going to call me
sparking up
racist,
all
but you
around
won't
the
answer.
region, Ethan.
Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of
why the Israeli
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for
hated
thousands
Jewish
of
people.
years.
Yes,
They had
everyone
businesses,
hated
they had
Jewish
homes
people.
that they were
It's weird.
forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
That has
taking
nothing to
place
do with
in
them, you
British
absolute
Mandate
fucking
Palestine,
dumbass.
Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So
Do
it
you
was
think the
there.
Aliyahs
So
were
you're blaming
happening
them? Are you
in
blaming
one-
the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point?
I am
You
not
call me
justifying
racist.
the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my
Yes,
point.
you are. They
I've
left
never justified that.
because
And
the
I've
Iraq
also
turned on them
openly
after
recognized-
1948.
Ethan, I have
You're materially
openly
wrong. You're a liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all
Yeah.
have the same mindset.
I
Other
know. Let's go
countries
over
and their
them,
pan-Arabic
genius.
nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them.
designed,
In
mostly by-
Egypt.
mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In
You got
Egypt.
fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you
Hey,
so
Hasan,
you can
let
fucking
me-
not look like a dumbass.
Okay. Do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No,
This is
you wanna
supposed to
talk.
be
That's
an
the problem. You
admonishment
don't
of
wanna
my-
listen.
You're
You've
supposed to be
talked
attacking my
plenty.
perspective.
You called me
clarify
racist,
my
bro. The
position
least you could
so
do
you
is
can
shut the fuck
understand.
up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the
not
Jews
just
for their own
1948.
anti-Semitism,
It's
you
not
go
just
right ahead, but that's
1948.
racism. Now let's talk about
I also
Egypt.
recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay,
Ethan,
following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never allowed to return?
It's got nothing to do with that. They were forced to go there by the Arab countries.
Offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
It's time to listen, Hasan.
These are completely separate countries.
Nobody's justifying the Nakba. No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of
racist
discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight. I think,
but I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
Why'd they leave? At all. You think
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that this is anti-Semitic.
Why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Where's the Ottoman Empire? Let's talk about the last 100 years.
In Western
That's great.
Europe,
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay?
Oh my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Careful, right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven liar.
And I feel that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar.
No.
That you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out.
Ethan.
They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948,
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews, injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
planned violence and an extermination campaign. The other,
approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were
from
expelled.
Other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand this, and you will
are you
never
blaming the
understand this,
Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison,
of course not. That's why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism is.
It's like
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just
Arabs.
They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
example.
Sorry,
what is wrong about that? What is wrong with what I just said? They were expelled.
Were literally controlled.
Hassan, please, you've got to fucking answer a question.
By the English and French colonial occupations.
Expelled.
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation it is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't actually
most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
Caused Jews to feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
Right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians were
Iraq
were
happened
also
after
getting
independence and as of
dispelled,
Jerusalem.
Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a
By the way, did you
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
Sorry, I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. And Tripoli,
wait,
anti-Jewish riots
what's your point?
broke out amid post-war unrest.
Yes,
synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut
What's
down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
That she's no, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory, Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism, period, point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948, in northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
On top of
we
this,
did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Ethan, that's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that left
I'm not defending
from
the Nakba.
Separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility.
It's so interesting because
50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking piece of information? So the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see wrongdoing
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada? What the fuck are you on about?
Go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin. As a matter of fact,
I'm talking about the flights,
Israel was the one who didn't want that to happen.
You deny the flight of Middle Eastern Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Flight, Ethan.
You absolutely deny the trauma. No, you deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
Jews that left by choice. That is true.
Yes, some did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid.
Ethan,
because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. Six-Day War aftermath.
Listen to a clip of me talking about this.
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now?
Oh
what are you
my
wasting time
God.
for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're repeating.
No, I
shit
have
that
heard you
have
talk
not
about it
the
time
shit
and
that
time
I don't
again.
actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not
Oh my
acknowledging
God.
the trauma of Middle Eastern
Oh my
Jews.
God.
You characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened,
Yes,
have
I've
you ever
seen
listened
it.
to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's
Have
so
you?
ironic that you're saying that as
I'm
you
literally in
misquote
front of
Avi
you right now,
Schleim,
and
who
I'm
said
trying to
he
describe my
fled because he was
position that I have
afraid
made clear
and not because
numerous
of Zion.
times
Here's the
over and
clip.
over again,
Here's
but
the
you're
clip.
too busy trying to get a gotcha
Here's the
here
clip.
so you can fucking
Here's
farm
the
a clip.
clip.
But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude.
Here's
I'm
the
sorry.
clip.
Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my
Here's the clip.
perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
For the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary
This is
tool
not the
to its
fucking
Zionist
clip that I'm
project,
talking
its
about, by
Zionist
the way.
ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this. Okay?
Oh, just explain yourself.
I'm trying, but you keep
I just watched a
interjecting.
clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main
about
force.
the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation or what I come across as dismissive is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which
because
was
it was a
minuscule.
mutually beneficial relationship that
Minuscule.
anti-Semitic pogroms did
Minuscule.
take
What
place.
you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity. Because the
God.
Arab countries turned on them after the war and
Yes, I
forced
get the
them to
position
go
that
to
you're
the
trying
only
to arrive
state
at, which is
that they
it's
could
a
go
necessity
to.
for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the War of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you
as an
deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I
Do
wasn't
you
listening.
deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
What? There you go. What? That's my point. Are you
rest
okay?
my case.
Okay, well, I mean,
no,
you
you're
can.
too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were
fucking
afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying
interesting.
fucking Arabs.
Does he not-
There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
They had
right?
nothing to do. Do you think
Yeah.
the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
There's
anti-Semitism?
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit
and
it,
you're
my friend.
participating in it right now without even recognizing that
It's
you're
historical.
doing so.
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
telling
it's
you
just
literally what
historical
happened.
racism. All Arabs are not
They were
responsible.
racist. Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You
How
are
do you know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety
It
of Arabs.
absolutely was
at a
the
time
blame of
when
the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their
Who
own
else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism.
They
Half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally
designing
just
the
in
Moroccan
Tunisia.
expulsion
Okay.
program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again,
It's like-
you're still not disproving me. What
It's
did
like-
I say
it's like
that is
pointing
is
to, it's like
hilariously
pointing to like
racist and wrong?
anti-German racism.
Don't make an
happening.
analogy.
It's
Tell me
like
why I'm
pointing to
wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I didn't
that
say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
with. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
comparison. It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking
there
anti-Arab
definitely-
anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
Did they leave?
regardless of whether or not they left for
Zionism
anti-Semitism
or
or Zionist
anti-Semitism?
purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
It
Did
is
they
not
leave because of
comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not
it has
comparing
everything
them.
to do
And
with
then,
what
by
you're
the way,
talking
they're
about.
both.
You made that
they're
comparison
both
to
unique.
say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because
that
people
Jews
like
had to
you ignore
withstand
the
in
trauma of
different
the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced
Wait,
to
they
go
could,
to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The
Yes.
Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
What
you
are
are
you talking?
fucking
Yes,
out
they
of your
can.
mind.
They absolutely
okay, how?
can.
Tell me how.
They
How
absolutely
did the
can.
Jews
They
go
don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to because America fucking
No,
invaded and
they
destroyed
want
Iraq.
to.
But yes,
Why
they
would
could.
how?
What do you mean
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at this.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the
because
fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as
No,
a
but
direct
answer the
consequence of
question.
pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have
Answer the
issues
question.
with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your
deliberately in your
unwillingness to
context
recognize
nuke.
Jewish plight.
You brought
And
that up
a really
deliberately
important-
to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to
Why
mention
would
because
you
it
bring up
really
that fact?
messes up your beautiful
Why
little
would you-
narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
You
that
made that
two
comparison,
people were
not me. I think that
traumatized.
comparison's
There was
disgusting.
two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge
You're
both
all
groups.
lives mattering
You
the
acknowledge
Nakba.
one. What?
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing
you're
that?
attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical
You
fact
also
that you
failed
denied.
to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return
how many
if
Jews
they
live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I think
Jewish
it's 0
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point is
many
they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews
none.
Would, why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
fucking
Why would
great
Iraqi
for
Jews
them?
not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
None
because
of them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a
there
lot
you
of
go.
Western states as
That's
a
the
direct
insane
destabilizer in the fucking
sweeping
region
that you're
with mass
discrediting.
migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the
problem.
problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries
You want to blame,
and the hostility that people felt
Zionists.
towards Jewish
you
people.
don't want to blame
But
the
this,
Arabs.
This in and
okay?
of itself, this in and
It's
of
just a
itself
fact.
is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's
all
what the
time.
Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
And
my
so why are you
point.
blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist?
You're
Why do
doing
you
it
deny
again,
the
the
Jewish
fucking
trauma?
Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced,
let me
including,
ask you
by
a
the way,
question.
what you
Here,
keep
I'm
ignoring,
gonna give you
Avi Schleim.
quick question, quick
Avi
question,
Schleim said we
quick
didn't leave
question,
Iraq
quick
because
question,
we were
quick
Zionists. We
question.
left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this
Come on,
silly
who
game.
did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? Just I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim
What?
said we left Iraq
I asked
because.
you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
Wait, what is
if you-
happening, dude? When you already okay, here, whatever. You said already.
I would appreciate
that you
if you would
already
just
said-
listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
whatever.
eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually.
I'm fabulous,
put every
bitch.
single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Was there concentration
but
camps
you say
in the UK?
all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no
anti-Semitic-
Jews in the Middle
the
East.
anti-Semitic-
None. Can you
None?
listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
blaming his family's
Okay,
trauma
will you
on
talk to him?
Zionists.
Will you talk to
and
him
not,
about this?
Sure. I
Would
mean,
you-
he's
if
going
you're
to agree with that. I
confident-
read it
if
from
you're
his
so confident
fucking
in
book.
everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No, you should. You should talk to him
I'll
and Norm
debate all these
Finkelstein.
people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit
Ethan,
that
if
I
you think-
say
if
and
you think
justify
this-
it. You lied. That's why you
If
can't
you
do it,
think
because
this
you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
said
with me. I don't give a
anytime
fuck
you
about
want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You watch
watching your
11
fucking
hate
YouTube
videos
video.
on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the
hate
coward?
Videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community.
you
Why
talk
the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who was
Hasan,
doing
just
it.
remember, when criticism comes, I confront
Well, thank
it.
you for backtracking
When
on
criticism
at least 7
comes
of the
to
points.
you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from it.
context puke one more time so we can continue.
If you
want to
watch
this
it-
conversation later,
If-
okay?
if you want- listen,
I'll hold
if
your
you wanna
hand through all
watch
the
it-
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
No,
wouldn't-
it is
because I
definitely
wouldn't
because you're
watch it.
afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Up and On It, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say, I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
To
literally
watch criticism of me, you fucking coward?
Yeah, because
what are you
you're
saying?
fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking
Which you
about
will not point
because you
out.
went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why
all
did you not
pro-Palestinian
watch Bad
voices
Empanada's
that
video
dare
about you? You
criticize
watched all of it?
You did 110
Bro, why?
Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since
you're
January
changing- you're-
31st, 2025.
You're changing the
It was so
24
unhinged
hours.
that you
Bro,
didn't even
it's-
recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24
literally
hours
have posted
in the last 2
just
months.
on your own personal Instagram
We've talked about
stories
each other equally
since
as much, bro.
January
This whole
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't even
if
believe
that's-
your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
Hassan,
for the
20
love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
Yes,
Does that
after
sound
you-
fucking
after
reasonable?
you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think
That's
it makes an
why.
Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally, your own.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about
Your own
yourself?
producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
What?
And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up
not-
about
it's
it.
not a
Your
separate
fans
war
were
room.
fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He sucks.
My
Please
fans are
stop talking
fine,
about
bro.
it."
Don't worry
And the
about my
entire
fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's
as
not
though
petty drama. You are deeply
even though it is
anti-Semitic,
a
hateful,
real
fucking
issue that took
propagandist liar.
place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to fucking resist
I've said that
against it.
consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you
It
mean
makes
kidnapping
no
civilians?
sense.
You're so pathetic, bro.
And you
Please.
constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time
you're
when the
proving that
Trump
today.
administration, at a time
Today-
when the Trump administration is blackbagging people. How
Yeah,
do you
that's
not
bad
understand
happening.
that-
Don't call me out.
How do you
That's
not
bad happening. Don't
understand?
call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the Bad Empanada
that
video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
Just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way,
You
I
are not-
advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh,
No, seriously.
oh,
What'd you
Ethan,
do?
congratulations. Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala
for
and Trump
advocating for
would have been
Kamala.
equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's
What
not
did
Joe
I do?
Biden, it's
well,
Kamala
not only did I
Harris.
go to the DNC, but I
It's
actually
not-
offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic
got
Party that they
kicked
didn't
out, by the
listen
way.
to, unfortunately.
Didn't they
And
kick
because
you out
they
of the
didn't listen to
DNC?
that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did
Why
you-
the fuck
I don't
do
know.
you
Who'd
keep
you-
saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people
said I
not
think
to
you
vote for
did.
Trump. I've said that
I
Donald
said-
Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
Yeah, you
over
didn't
and
endorse
over and
her.
over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept
And you
lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience.
for.
And you kept lying to your audience, and you
I
kept
said I
making it
think.
seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment
Who'd
where
you
I
vote
said,
for?
do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's
you
people
don't
in your
have a
audience that
problem.
would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you
the
endorse
fuck
her
do you
then?
keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't
you
say who you voted for.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
it's
you
an opinion.
think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and I
voted
did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now
because
Trump's
you wanna
president.
Know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's
Because it's
building the
fucking
Riviera
embarrassing
in Gaza
that
Strip,
they
and guess
did-
what? You're fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there.
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
you won't
As opposed
acknowledge
to
the
you.
trauma of both
As
sides.
As
Two
opposed to
things
you,
must
Ethan,
always
how
be
much
true,
content have you
Hasan.
made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize
bro.
because you're an
The thing is
embarrassing
you can't-
figure.
you
Okay?
can't
Listen to
fathom.
me. Listen to me. It
can't
is
fathom that
embarrassing that
somebody
you have
says
tried to make a
something wrong
foray
and
into
come back
politics,
and corrects
and
it.
all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come
defend the
across as
tariffs.
smart in this process. Please, for
Hasan,
your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's
Okay?
my allegiance? Who's my allegiance?
What do you
to?
mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit that he's
Did you watch my
saying,
interview
like the
with him,
Nelk
you
boys and
fucking
whatnot.
dipshit? That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You
Yeah.
are
You're going
insanely
out,
incompetent.
you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're
just on
defending
Nelk's- you were
Asmongold
just on
and
Steiny's
saying
podcast,
Asmongold
you
is not
hypocrite.
actually Trump coded. Okay?
spent
You're doing
hours
all this
shitting on
because they
Steiny.
don't.
You're just a
Asmongold
liar.
has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say
You
that?
will take help from anyone and everyone,
And
no
and this-
matter what
and
their
it was all
background
written by
is.
Destiny,
You
right?
claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is
Rape
because
Review?
you don't give a fuck.
are you
All you
talking
care about is
about?
petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a
Huh?
fuck about. Because he's
He was criticizing you.
pro-Palestine, and I don't
Oh, you're
care
such a
about the
coward,
difference in
Hasan.
methods
It's
that we
unbelievable.
have.
All right, very
Because
good.
there's
I'm
no
out of my
reason to
depth. I
divide
shouldn't
the
talk about.
movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never
Despite
talk
you-
about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay? Maybe
Okay,
it'll
sure,
go
yeah.
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
A 40-year-old man
but
who
like
needs a
he
fucking button when he has like a little oops
Did I button?
moment is
Did I
actually
button?
the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that
He lowered
debate?
himself to talk to you man to man and try to
That's
explain
what
to
you
was going on.
wanted. That's what you asked for. Why
wanted
would
that
you want to
conversation to
lower
be
his
private,
status?
I wanted that conversation.
Why
to be
did you
private
lower
because
his
I thought you'd be
status?
convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You thought
Drama
Sam Cedar
obsessed.
was
We had
gonna
an
give you
argument
clips
about
that you could
fucking
use
South
against
Africa
me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude.
I can't
Listen,
hear what you
enjoy.
said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it. You ignore it. It's so important.
It's actually peaceful because you're gonna clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you, and then you're
Why
gonna
was it-
say
what?
the violent
Dude,
things that the
Hasan.
violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation
How many-
Committee attributed to. And
Hassan,
dealt
how
with.
many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
What was it, like 200, I think, or
Less than
1,000?
100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the number is
You call it
far
apartheid
larger,
all the
and
time.
the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was fought with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second Intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying. The second Intifada, as a matter of fact, was fought with bombs.
Historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto.
Keep going.
We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion. I feel like given the...
Did they?
Yeah, because the
No, they
apartheid
didn't.
structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice was presented
what's
with
Hamas
the
doing
option
for
of having a
liberation?
sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said, Nelson Mandela, if you disavow violence...
On principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner
Yes,
can't
that was
decide.
the first time.
He said
And in both
no
circumstances,
both times. He
in
refused
both
on principle.
circumstances, in
Less
both
than 100
circumstances,
people died during the 20-year period. They never, anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do that?
Hamas killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
No, 1,000 civilians. The
Yeah.
poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases. The civilians.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb.
What do you mean I'm so dumb? These numbers
Okay,
matter.
how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable,
Oh my
mind you,
God,
and
I'm
400
off
being
by 100.
military members.
I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe the historical
Well,
inaccuracies.
you just made a
You're an
big.
idiot.
You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think
I
it's
was
important to
virtually
recognize
correct.
something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow
Principle.
violence, because he
Yeah.
understood that as long as peaceful
Sabotage is
revolution
violence.
is
I didn't say he's a
impossible,
pacifist.
that
I never said
violent
he's a
revolution
pacifist.
is inevitable. And violent
and I never said
revolution
he's a
they did
pacifist.
do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it
Was
is
Nelson Mandela
incomprehensible to compare
Zionist?
that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was
What Israel has
Nelson
done to the
Mandela
Palestinians is
a
far worse.
Zionist?
And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse. And
Well,
that
let's
is not
ask
my
someone that lived
assessment,
through
by the way.
apartheid.
That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was able to fucking
You think
see.
Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? It's
Why
not
would he
your
say that?
life.
Because it's true, Ethan. That's
Okay.
why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist? In that
More
same
than
speech that you're
He
going to
said more
fucking
than
clip,
that.
Jim.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Who?
That's
what?
what you said about
Wait,
Nelson
wait,
Mandela.
wait. What are you
No,
talking
what?
about?
Yeah, you-
Whoa,
Go ahead,
whoa.
Mr.
You're
Has
jumping off like a million different points.
The
What?
right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way
Within
that it currently does.
within secure borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged.
What did he say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
You saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context because it doesn't suit your fucking purpose.
What do you mean? He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
I literally didn't.
There are numerous instances on
inevitability. A philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you talk about Hezbollah and Hamas.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was a? Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained militancy.
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
For rebellion, by the way.
Who
do you think that was a warning to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel?
Fact that
because
you are so willing.
Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
I want Palestine to be free, my friend.
is so stupid. The only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which, by the way, I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to draw out.
And what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree.
Their goal was to kill civilians.
You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again after.
I'm just saying, Hamas is a bunch of
fucking genocide.
Right.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say that he was
point
actually
I was making
a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to
Lie.
you said that on numerous occasions before someone
said
told
he
you.
used
No, actually,
violent,
here's a better way to massage that.
You are a liar. I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill
Ethan,
civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're going to do great. You're going to do great.
Ethan,
yeah,
you
go ahead and
literally
grab
said he was
those.
a pacifist to Sam
I
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan, you said it
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence.
Ethan,
you fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish
Mandela
refugees.
Is a pacifist.
Okay, well, Prove
And
it.
the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
that I was referring to.
pacifist?
Choose
That's
peace rather
insane.
than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
Do you think Nelson
His
Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do
like
I think Nelson
sabotage.
Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth,
would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
he
was in prison,
didn't fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification
you're right.
impossible.
Israel's doing
That's
a
a
genocide because
historical
Palestinians are not
fact.
resisting in the
Less than
appropriate
100
ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's
That's
bringing up
better.
numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
I'm not. Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't want to do this?
You can tell me, or
Okay.
you cannot. You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play
Israel
rhetorical
was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything,
Yeah.
fuckhead? When did I defend
well,
that?
they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right,
you
listen,
know.
it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You wanna-
targeting
you wanna
the
drum
crew.
up
These are
harassment?
my
He's not targeting anything.
coworkers.
It's fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house
he's
slave.
wrong. What the fuck do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a
Bad
lot.
Empanada. Do you think I
Why do
agree
you
with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
his
gotta go.
YouTube
You promote
video
him all the
essays
time.
that
That's a
I
fact.
agree with that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
some fair
opinions overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove
No, well,
that you
this
are
was
not
pretty good.
afraid.
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism that you.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe
can
I will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact. not
Yes,
in a
please
cowardly
do.
way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is because-
what's cowardly
no.
is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Please
I'm
just
destroying
watch it
you.
watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it
Don't
was. I
worry.
love that.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, you know, I hope.
I don't know if you know
great
this,
event.
but the last year they lost $250,000.
I
To
know,
be
man.
to be
I
charitable,
know,
you
I
actually have to
know,
give
I
money
know.
to
You
charity,
fucking
Hassan.
hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you
your
surprised
crack
that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude. I'm.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hassan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
That a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man. Okay.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know. I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
but if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that. To
and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The fundraiser for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I
I'm
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got
I
to
mean,
do
I had
something.
120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So
Well, we're gonna have to do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that this...
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after pro
And you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can
Ethan,
shake
I don't think
hands.
you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You
I
should
will be
watch back
honest
the
on
first
that
part of this
front.
interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yes,
At the end of the day,
I'm sure that
it's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right, you too.
I gotta go.
You
All right,
too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friend.
God damn, what a fucking exercise in futility. I did lose my shit a little bit towards the end. But hey, at least we got Ethan to openly admit that he thinks his wife is a terrorist. I don't know how that's going to work. This was the biggest pickup and shake of all time. Go pee, bro. You've held it in this whole time. Oh my God. I forgot I needed to pee before I started the fucking conversation. Isn't that crazy? It makes me so sad that he was more fixated on the content aspect of this. It makes everything bullshit. Yeah, I know. I agree. I feel good. I feel very good. I think it's I mean, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Holy fuck. If you ever do this again IRL, so we can't sit there getting fed talking points, no, it's fine. Dude, what do you mean? He just, every single time, he's like, you're making this unwatchable. I was like, all right. Amongst all the other dodging he kept claiming that you were making the video unwatchable by being boring, completely proving his desire to use serious issues as content fodder without ever actually addressing those issues truthfully. Your commentary in front of an audience was desperately needed. Thank you. I don't know if that is actually going to change minds in Ethan's community. I do feel a little... I feel... I feel a bit like I prostituted the conversation a little bit by leaning into that aspect. You're so boring is what Andrew Tate said. Yeah. No, because the ones left are too gone. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Adam has the play-by-play. He's watching a debate. What the fuck? According to the New York Times, Hasan has 10 swords, claims Klein. Klein claims Professor Norman Finkelstein agrees with him and not Hasan. Frankly, I can't understand a lot of this. Klein claims Hasan has purchased Diet Coke since October 7th. Piker denies this. Klein has showed a screen cap of a list created by a Muslim woman where she gives an F and uses a fake picture of him where he looks obese. A video of a man in a hat is being shown. Klein says the man is anti-Semite and Hasan's biggest fan. Piker counters that in the unedited video, the man is revealed to be a clout chaser. Klein telegraphs that he's about to land a haymaker. Eventually, he claims Piker lied about Ethan being a member of the Anti-Defamation League. I was anticipating a kill shot. However, Piker seems to be taking it seriously. Seems like this doesn't have much to do with war. Is this just using a war where people die as a reason to have a fight with a person you dislike? Streamer Destiny is being mentioned by former guest of on my program. Piker says your wife Klein says she has a name and that Piker has begged for Teddy Fresh many times. They're watching a video where Hasan is reacting to a video of Ethan. There are now 2 Kleins. Notice how all the fucking dumb shit is directly his doing. Like he had to do, oh God, it's so fucking embarrassing, dude. I can't believe yeah, God. Klein says Hasan is deflating the number of rapes on 10-7. Hasan says Ethan is inflating the rapes. Klein contends Hasan's definition of rape is too stringent. They both appear to have investigated the rapes extensively. Piker claims Israel did a January 6th in support of rape. A video of a woman giving an account of being raped is now being played. This rape stuff is nauseating. Klein wants to move on. Hasan asked to remain on topic and reads an article that says there's no forensic evidence of the rapes. Klein opens a can of soda. I might top out. The content cup has been brought up again. They keep mentioning it. What is it? Now it's a video of Ethan watching Ethan. 3 Ethans, 1 Hasan. They're talking about lived experience. The war has now been brought up. Actual false alarm. They've gone back to Klein's claim that Hasan did an anti-Semitic tweet about him. At China, please stop this. Hasan is accused of being pro-Hezbollah. At the content cup. Oh, Jesus Christ. The only people who thought Ethan won was all of Asmon's chat. Asmongold's chat thought Ethan won that? That is sad. But also somewhat expected. I don't know why he kept saying I have a race car bed. That was weird. Oh, I saw this one. As one of Twitch's eldest professional racist gamers, America's finest gropers have been politely requesting me to get in the oven for 15 years, but I've never seen true anti-Semitism on the internet until Homus Hasan started streaming. Never again, chat. For Ethan not being a debater, he sure is crushing Hasan. The only person getting cooked today is Hasan by Ethan. Someone you're constantly sweeping for, by the way, but keep the grift going. I guess people are like, Hasan is anti-Semitic. He has a fucking race car bed and a swastika sword. Honestly, Ethan lost me purely at the level of nonverbal mannerisms. He kept up bubbling you like you were blubbering or something, even when you weren't. That was frustrating. I think at this point, it's like, are you happy because of your incessant rant? Divorce court will claim another victim once again. Yeah, I hope not. You got sucked in some of the drama, but you got all the facts and ostensibly won many people over, love you, and proud of you. You could tell he wanted to end on that. I was watching videos criticizing myself because he kept saying it dramatically. Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that's awesome. Like, you watched a YouTube video, man. The fuck? Anyway, we'll probably end up going over a lot of the misinformation that Ethan presented on this, or at least like the false framing that he presented on this, because I will admit that I will admit that this wasn't as like as bad as he normally is, especially because he made a lot of concessions. But I think the final point that I wanted to drive home was like how stupid it is that Ethan is like, yeah, there's a genocide, but also I want to do content around it. And also everyone that's resisting against that genocide is a terrorist and bad and wrong. While also simultaneously showcasing the fact that I also recognize the instance where like there is a verifiable victim, which there's an instance where there's a verifiable victim, which he kept fucking like openly recognizing I recognized, but then still turned around for some weird reason and acted like I didn't. I don't know why he did that. That was weird. He also said he would see Anne Frank differently if she took up arms. So I don't know what the fuck that was about. That was definitely not great. It's so funny that Hasan thought the debate with H3 would be on Israel-Palestine and was like, let's begin by defining Zionism. And Ethan just goes, how did you feel when your friends were doing Fortnite dances in the iDubbbz video? Yeah, I thought his like, I thought his counters were so fucking childish too. The whole like armpit shit. Oh my God, PFD was watching too. Let's go. Which side are you on? Civility. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize. Also, you didn't really get to the one state, two state, which is the main disagreement. Yeah. Well, he said Israel's doing a genocide, which, you know, I think made it increasingly dumber for him to be like, it's doing a genocide, but also you can't resist against it. You know? He fucked you up with the Avi Schleim misunderstandings. That was extremely annoying. I felt for you. Otherwise, he looked just completely unwell and insane. He didn't even fuck me up with Avi Schleim's misunderstandings. Avi Schleim's position is not that, like, Israel's actions did not contribute to this whatsoever. My point isn't even that, like, none of the Jews were harmed. I've never said that. None of the Jews in Iraq were harmed. It was all Israel. That's not what I said. That's what he was trying to present me as. I said that it is ridiculous to fucking make a comparison between the it is ridiculous to make a comparison between the Nakba, which is a planned extermination campaign, versus the voluntary and involuntary migration from Jews into Israel. Because the argument is the underpinning of Zionism, that like we have nowhere else to go. We have nowhere else to go. That's his position. Avi Schleim is ironically, or unironically rather, an anti-Zionist. He walked back almost all of his previous positions from the get-go. I don't understand his thought process. It doesn't, I think the reason why he did that was because he wanted to fucking focus on like drama. I'm so hot. He was like, please, it's anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism. Please admit it. There's.
Did though? We don't know what
Oh, so he could have been he could have been a vicious terrorist monster. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in
not
a car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I understand.
Are you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If she
child?
were-
Would you be upset
she
if this
were to
person
talk
they
about-
arrested like
if-
stabbed people? Like you
if
don't know what
she
you're
were
talking
to
about.
talk about how fucked
Okay,
up
fine.
that
My wife's a
was-
terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's
no,
so boring.
stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk
she's-
about
my
how
wife
fucked
is a
up that
terrorist.
as
Very
many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated. He can excuse the terror he knows his wife caused, but not imaginary terror he's assuming a boy 1 year older than she was caused. Yeah. This is why he kept talking about the car bed. Wait, what? That's not me. Does he think I'm Ludwig? Oh, here's Ethan.
Gold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters.
For the record, yeah, never mentioned the ADL, by the way. Dude, why does he lie so much? And it's so funny because he keeps lying and then also simultaneously lying about me and saying I'm lying. And what the fuck?
Posting on Twitter. Then they said, okay, we should probably do something.
You made Hutch's mod. You people are on a different fucking planet. If you think Ethan is winning anything here, it's fucking disgraceful. Hutch, I hope you detach from the teat of Mr. Bonicelli and find peace. Love you well past your machinima days. No! Oh no! Oh no! The disagreement on the Zionism definition is where it went off the rails because everything that followed from that hinged on understanding the point of Zionism, and by the end of it, he had painted himself as a pro-Zionism defender. It was so funny how he tried to add up the runtime of the fan channels, clipping your responses, saying you talked that long about him. I know. What was the separate war room point you made? He was talking about me so much, and his fucking his community was yelling at him so much that he literally had to say, okay, I'm only going to talk about Hasan in a specific part of the broadcast called the war room. I want to know if there are any people in here that are still watching that actually changed their minds from the conversation. Like they didn't realize the full extent of my commentary on this stuff. I wonder if this is just like, you know, I wonder if there's gonna be people in Ethan's community that were like, yeah, you know what, it was pretty disrespectful. You got actors posting. Rahul Kali was watching. Yeah, I'm so weak at Rahul watching this too. The number of time he brought stuff up, then as soon as he responded, he tried to move or say he didn't care was exhausting. I changed my mind. You're a 7-month subscriber, bro. What are you talking about? That doesn't count. I'm from Asman, and Ethan just refused to acknowledge the schemes made to move Israeli people from across the world in 1948. He just wants to make it about anti-Semitism. He did say I did 10-7, I guess. On this, why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No, that's
fucking
not-
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you? Are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed
God,
them?
my
That's
audio is so ass. Why does it sound like this? Oh, it's because this is from
insanely
the H3
stupid.
show
Are you
side.
okay? Hallucinating.
Dude, look how quick he was to fucking gaslight. That's crazy. What is this? More fallen fans due to today's broadcast. These were deleted almost instantly before I could screenshot the 3 others. Oh my God, I can't watch this. Ethan is such a man-child. I've held on for as long as I can. I'm done. Officially a fallen fan. Yeah, they're going to pack this up as to the best of their ability to like, they're going to pack this up to the best of their ability. And then, oh, I'm still quiet too. I got to fix this. Hold on. Your audio was straight ass? Yeah, because we did it over Zoom, which sucks. But I hope I was able to still get the point across. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. We're back. The audio is back. Sorry. Okay. This is good now, right? He dead ass thinks you're Hamas. Yeah, the Arabs moment was pretty solid, I think. I guess the part of Jewish expulsion from Arab countries confused me, but I just got here and I read nothing. So, yeah, the point that I was making is that a comparison between the Zionist brigades like directly doing an act of terror and the subsequent like other countries, some of which were directly under the fucking ownership of colonial occupation, like all of that, all of these different countries and the different versions of atrocities that took place being compared to a singular act of ethnic cleansing is fucking insane. And not only that, but also the inference that I'm like, the inference that I myself have like that think that is appropriate is also insane. You should have asked them to shut up for 2 minutes and let you speak. Both of you screaming didn't help. I mean, there was so many instances where he just like conceded to my points. So I like that he also blamed Zionism on Arabs. Yeah, the male rape. There's information on the male rape one. I didn't even fucking see this before. But the one of the victims that Ethan presented was a male rape survivor, he said, right? And it turns out that finally the first Israeli who claims they're a survivor of October 7th rape has appeared. Who is it? An anonymous guy who made up a deranged, incoherent story with zero corroborating evidence, who sued the Israeli state for $500 million shekels, a genocide grifter, and they dropped it. Because apparently he was trying to, he was trying to win a fucking trial award. So that was one of the people that Ethan was responding to in the... And also, I kept asking him, give me some names, and he could not give up one fucking name. Like, I don't... It was so odd that he just kept saying, like, you deny rapes. I was like, I don't. There's one instance of a credible... There's one instance of credible H3 debate before and after. No. Okay, his community is full tilt Islamophobic now. Like they're like actually racist as fuck, dude. I've been watching for almost 5 years. This is maybe the first time I've heard Hasanabi's voice go out. Yeah. Another major talking point being backtracked. Ethan Klein backed down from his claims that we call CPS. Incredible admission that he just lied. Yeah, that was another fucking insane thing. Like half of his grievances were about other people. And like, he just wanted me to yell about other people that don't like him. it's his weird claim that they couldn't do an autopsy of the victims to preserve their dignity. That was another one that was bad. I truly think you did not do that well. Maybe a couple of times. You got outplayed plenty. I'm sorry. You didn't talk about Palestine for the first hour and your questions were labyrinthic. Yeah, you know me. I was famously trying not to talk about Palestine. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah. Guy who was like, "Hey, you had a fucking clip or you had a sword. What's that about?" Was really making some points. He was so fucking gross about like the rape shit too. He was so goddamn gross. I couldn't believe it. Why don't you watch bad and pronounced content that isn't about Palestine? I mean, sometimes I do. The issue with this, by the way, is that, yeah, the fucking anti-Semitic Arabs forced Jews to become Zionists. Ethan Klein. This is the most racist clip I've ever heard in my life. I do need people to understand something. Ethan will say all Arabs did this and they're responsible or whatever, right? And no one will think that this is racist. If you there are people in here who got that point instantly. Like the attribution that like there is some sort of anti-Semitic gene inside of Arabs or something. That is the reason why there were expulsions. The whole sword bit confused me. Yeah, me too, brother. Don't worry. He's not saying it's your fault, but Ethan did make you look bad. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I was getting a little bit sucked into the Ethan narrative just because he's so earnest, I guess, about his stances, and I tend to believe people who seem honest, but there were so many instances of Ethan having his own logical fallacies laid out before him and still not getting it that it really snapped me out of it. Earnestness is both out of delusion. It reads as earnestness. My bad. I was being sarcastic. You shouldn't watch content that ain't about Palestine. Okay. Did this debate ever settle anything? No. It's going to be a lot more... it's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more of Ethan doing stuff because he looked pretty insane, and I don't think he realized how bad he looked. And I think when he goes over it again, he's going to try to find his best moments. He's going to say like, "Oh, I got him with Avi Shlaim or something," his own misunderstanding of Avi Shlaim's positions, and he's just gonna. I think he's basically going to keep it up. He's going to look for other things that he can use, including maybe even some of my assessment after the fact. You've never gotten to dispel this many of the Diddy smear clips in such a short time? Yeah. Also, it's oriented the way he said was Hindi and okay on the sword itself. Yeah, he literally conceded that it wasn't a swastika sword. I don't even understand. You know? Ethan was mischaracterizing Schlamm's Three Worlds, by the way. I'll make a video correcting him with direct quotes from the book since he clearly never read it. Yeah, for the record, of course he didn't read it. I suspect that the person who fed him those talking points also didn't read it. They probably looked through and tried to find a couple talking points that actually suit Ethan's purpose. And he just read those out loud. In that same pod clip he used of Avi Shlaim, he explains Iraq. Yeah. Here.
worlds, which really is fascinating because at first I thought I was reading an autobiography and a personal history. And then as I continued, I realized I was reading a social history. In this book, you uncover evidence that suggests that the Israeli Mossad used certain methods to motivate Jews to leave Iraq. What was the evidence that you uncovered, and how did they motivate Jews to leave Iraq between 1948 and the 1950s?
Big picture first. In 1950, there were 135,000 Jews in Iraq. By the end of 1952, there were only about 10,000 Jews left in Iraq. The whole community had been wiped out.
In 2 years?
Yes, in 2 years. And 125,000 Jews ended up in Israel. In March 1950, the Iraqi government passed a law which said, the Iraqi parliament passed a law which said, any Jew who wants to leave the country is free to do so. They have a year to register to leave on a one-way visa. And not many Jews registered to leave. And in the next year, 5 bombs exploded in Jewish premises in Baghdad, and that created a panic and that helped to precipitate the exodus to Israel. And there were always rumors that the Mossad was involved in the bombs. I was always fascinated by this question since I was a boy. And now, when researching this book, I found 2 sources of evidence that point to Mossad connection. One is that I interviewed a very elderly friend of my mother's in Ramat Gan, Yaakov Karkukli, who was in the Zionist underground in Baghdad. And he told me about their actions, what they did, how they organized illegal immigration, and then after the law I just mentioned, legal immigration to Israel.
What do you think is going to go down the worst in the aftermath, by the way? Frank, Pirate, Nakba, or something else? No, I think it'll just be like a bunch of annoying dick riders of Ethan that will say like he dominated you, and they'll just be like they'll try to be as loud as they possibly can. They'll get backed up by the drama slop tuber community that will also make like their own idiotic arguments. I don't think anyone is gonna, I don't think people that don't like people that don't like me are not going to be like, well, you know what? I'm extending charity to Hasan in this because they haven't liked me. They don't even like Ethan. They just like Ethan now because he hates me. They hate me a lot more. So that's precisely what this is. I think overall, yes, the reason why the Sam Cedar conversation was probably a little bit more productive was because he can't fucking act, like when Sam Cedar says, I don't care, when Ethan is asking him about like random drama shit and that I just want to talk about Israel, Ethan is going to talk about Israel because he can't keep fucking harping on some dumb shit. Ethan talked in debate like he had fed your response in the ChatGPT and it kept agreeing with your position, so we had to scramble to come up with defensible versions. Wait, what? No. Nobody's mind was changed today. I hope that's not the case. Sanish H3 fan response. Hassan Piker is like a, what the fuck? No. I don't understand how Ethan missed the point after the Nakba was anti-Semitism created and manufactured by Zionism that forcefully drove Arab Jews. That's crazy. I don't think that that's like... Who won the debate? H3 sub boasting that Asmongold's community thought Ethan won. Yeah. Well, I did also shit on Asmon a little bit in the process. I suspect I lost him there. Ethan constantly talked over you, and on the H3 end, they literally couldn't hear anything you were saying. Like literally nonstop. He'd go blah blah blah. I'm bored. Who cares? Hasan doubles down on denying mass rapes on October 7. What is happening? Why do people fucking like... Why do people go... Reminder that you can in fact support Palestine without supporting mass rapes and or Hamas. Like, what is so frustrating about this process is people just go, it happened. That's it. Like, I don't know how to... I don't know how to have this conversation like with people who are just like, no, I don't care about the actual issues. I don't care about the actual details. You know what I mean? I can't believe he has such a huge following. 6-7 clips literally laughing or calling child rape survivors liars. Wait, what? What is... why am I reading fucking LSF? It's the worst cretins of all time. The issue is that you're a political commentator and normies are fucking stupid. That's true. Wait, he lowered my volume and speak over me while I was trying to answer his questions. He made snide comments all the time while you were speaking by shortening your arguments because he gave you no room to elaborate. Much of what you said was lost in the heat. His fans won't care about his disgusting behavior. Yeah, I don't know why I went to the Nazi subreddit, the LSF subreddit, to fucking see what their take was. I'm from H3. You should have conceded some points when he had you instead of trying to distract, which made you seem dishonest. Also try to find some common ground. Otherwise, this conflict will never be resolved. Dude, what are you talking about? You're talking about a dude who fucking said that he believes a genocide is happening, but mysteriously everyone that's resisting against that genocide he doesn't agree with. If you can't understand that there's no common ground in that situation, you're not listening to the responses. Maybe I didn't get through to his audience. I don't think. How do you think it went? I think it went pretty good. I think it went pretty good. There was a lot of points that I wanted to get across. And I got them across. And I don't know how it was seen on the other side. So I don't know. What is this? He's thinking about it. Oh, is that the button? Oh, he wanted to hit the button. That's funny. Yeah, he didn't want to watch the whole like me defending him for a year over and over again because I think that was probably what like the drama lovers in his community. Ethan Hasan debate off to a serious start with Ethan asking Hasan if he thought likes were botted on iDubbbz's most recent YouTube video. As someone who's seen Ethan's perspective on a lot of people that have harassed him for no reason, he's getting way too emotional. I don't know what his goal is right now. Lol, nitpicking videos. Yeah, he did say he bested. Do you think he'll get canceled for saying it's all fucking Arabs? No. The rape convo went very poorly, but only because he was able to make absurd claims and the media misinfo on it. It was really, really bad. Yeah, he never gave me any names of victims, and he never actually addressed why the fucking main Israeli prosecutor said that there were no victims. Like that no one came forward. There was no evidence whatsoever. Like, how do you deal with that? I would consider myself lower info on IP conflict more than the average person, but less than you or your audience. When Ethan kept saying the Arabs and you pointed out with the analogy about blaming ethnic groups for other atrocities made me see what you were saying, and it was chilling. It's literally identical to the game that Tim Pool pay by being centrist pushed away by the left. I agree with you in principle, but I will spend all my time hating minorities instead. Yeah. Ethan Klein, Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist. No, Ethan, Anne Frank is famous for being a child that was murdered by a fascist regime. Dude, that was so crazy. At one point, Hasan said she died before she had a chance to resist, and Ethan said that was ridiculous and laughed at him like he was a crazy person. That was so wild. That in and of itself was like such an insane thing that he thought that it was like a valid point. I don't know why he thought that was a gotcha. Azan, Normie H3 fans think you should have conceded once or twice for the sake of Ethan's fifis, like they think you should have conceded for the optics. Why? Why am I supposed to? Why am I supposed to concede when I'm not wrong? Like, if there was something that he actually got me on, you know? He literally said he would think differently of her if she did. Yeah. Here's the thing. You're both wrong about a lot of things, and I don't care with either of you, but 100% Ethan was more grounded and you were rambling. Literally came in to say this and unfollowed. What the fuck? Hasan, you were way more emotional. Oh, never mind. 26-month subscriber. Bro, this is literally the profile of a type of person that is the Ethan Klein head. I swear to God. Ethan came across more grounded? What are you talking about? He was literally freaking out half the time. This open communication you have with your audience, haters or not, is somehow less courageous than watching the content cop on air. He needs his back padded so much. No, I know. Love that after the drama, you're back on Stunlock. Yes. I'm back. he definitely came across grounded when he said that there's a genocide going on, but like no one should resist it, and that his wife is a terrorist. Or when he said he was a legend at the end of the debate and knocked over a glass of water. I'm sure there's clips out there that someone can find of me talking about the mass expulsions that have taken place, where I've, of course, talked about like pan-Arabic nationalism and the role that it played in different countries in the aftermath of the Nakba, especially. But to make this comparison of like voluntary or like people fleeing these countries, especially when half of the countries that he's talking about are not even fucking controlled by Arabs, is an insane comparison. I know you mentioned it at the time, but to use the sexual assault and rape testimony of a hostage to own you was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen, and proves the point that a lot of men don't care about rape unless they can use it for personal gain. Oh, 100%. Absolutely. What do you think he'll do going forward? Respond to the shit slinging or ignore him? What will I do? I will not be talking about it unless it's like directly pertinent to any sort of like pro. If he, and I suspect he will probably say some shit. I think after today, he will probably moderate his positions on the genocide, which is so crazy to say. And we'll still do drama. We'll still talk about me being fucking bad or whatever. But as long as it's not as long as it's not something that revolves around, Israel, Palestine, I most likely will not talk about it. Especially to say you don't care about rape. Yeah, that was really fucked up. Would I do a second part going over the content, Puke? Not with him. I would do it on my own. I think he made you look bad only on the instance where he got you to lose your cool. He gets you to drown at his level of interaction by constantly deliberately acting like a child to provoke you, skipping past points. It's heartbreaking to see someone like him positioning this conflict to clip farm someone he hates, no intention to talk about the conflict or win points on merit. No hate, but you and Ethan should probably just stop talking to / about each other. Oh no, I would fucking awesome. I would love to. The fact that he didn't get that Israelis can go back if they want to. Yeah, and he kept fucking claiming that they can't go back. Like, there's so much shit that he said that is just so wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah, look at Ethan's new audience. First time I take a side of a Jew. Now we know the world is healing. Anyway. If you enjoyed my anguish, Content Nuke fundraiser for Creator Clash 3 is a great idea. Yeah. He didn't say they can't go back. He wanted to acknowledge that they initially fled due to anti-Semitism. I never said that they haven't. I never said that they haven't experienced anti-Semitism. I don't know where he got that from. He wanted you to acknowledge it more clearly. He didn't understand my anger for what he was doing there. The conflation of like different Arab countries after the Nakba with what Palestinians went through is gross. It's a gross comparison. Anyway. Even for the shapes and colors, morons, this doesn't look good for Ethan. I mean, they'll find clips of me yelling and be like, look at this scary pro-Palestine guy. My brother's a longtime H3 fan, and he was shocked by how petty and mean Ethan was when he tuned in. It was his first time listening to you for an extended period, so you legit swayed him. Good. That was my goal. My goal wasn't to like get these people to fucking no longer watch him. If they want to watch him, then that's fine. I just want these people to also not fucking focus on the plight of Palestinians from the framework of drama. You know what I mean? The point of the migration of Arab Jews to Israel is far more complex than the settler colonial ethnic cleansing in Palestine. Yeah. How you feeling overall, big dog? Pretty good. A little tired. I definitely got like I mean that was a lot of talking. That was a lot of yapping. Yeah. Hasan, Ethan Klein claims Hasan Piker doesn't monitor his community, and then he supplies a 7-minute clip of him defending himself defending Ethan, refuses to play it. Yeah, that was the other thing. Like he just did not want to show his audience anything that directly contradicted what he was saying over and over again. No one on his stream heard a coherent thought you made because Ethan kept cutting you off. Can I talk now over and over again, then getting mad when you interrupted him?
Should
you
leave it
have
up?
That much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the swat, and I don't even think
why should
that was insane. I actually almost broke my desk when you were showing the 8-minute compilation of you defending him and he called it an optics play on your part. Oh, he said that? I didn't even hear that. Hi, Hasan. I'm a Roche from Asman's chat. I went into the debate slightly favoring Ethan, and I thought you did great. You stuck to a better debate form, big points. We're trying to get definitions, axioms out in the open, even if that kind of fell apart. Keep hammering. What would you do in their shoes? There's a lot of people that have so much bias from just hearing the word terrorist. Yeah. Thank you, chatter. Ethan Reclaim the swastika, boys. In the same way that black people reclaimed the N-word, by the way. That's a historic D take theft? What does that mean? Chat POV?
Nothing to do with Israel?
That's
like fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the
It was
fucking
partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company.
Yeah, it was partially owned. It's fine. It's not owned by Israeli. Except he lied about that in his fucking content nuke. Wait, what is a disastrous response, by the way? If you were sitting in silence, it would be more incredulous. I couldn't hear half the shit he was saying because I had to lower his audio. Two hours in, Ethan Klein moving and installing goalposts for the 50th time. Yeah. Did you catch this? When Ethan said, I'm not defending them, I'm attacking you, it kind of gave the whole plot away. I don't remember that. As someone who does not like either of you, on a neutral point, you won the first part of the debate and Ethan was cringy, but you crashed and rambled in the latter half. You somehow switched the roles. Yeah, dude. I rambled because I was trying to pump as much information into the conversation as possible. I don't know why you think is a rambling. I know it's not fresh, but have you gone into what he was trying to say? It's a classic take. It's a classic take of people who want to say like Hamas is bad for the Palestinians because they didn't build bomb shelters when Israel controls what kind of concrete goes in and what kind of buildings actually take place inside of the Gaza Strip in general. But then also on top of that, like a bomb shelter is basically a fucking crosshair. Israel's blowing up hospitals. Why the fuck wouldn't they blow up a bomb shelter? The inbred clips he played, you should have been allowed to play the clip of him defending the Israelis throwing out aid because not everyone has seen those. Yeah, there was a couple moments where I just like, in the interest of like moving the conversation along, I just like did not press it. You know? H3HG points felt mostly like trying to attack you for being guilty by association, even if you already distanced yourself from it. And when you called him out for the same thing, he was allowed to just say he doesn't care.
Wrong again. A liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it would be.
okay.
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not. Wrong again. A liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF... This was like 60 to 70 conversation. 60-70% of the conversation. Ethan Klein versus Hasanabi debate TLDR. Ethan brings up point. Hasan disproves his point. I don't care. Why do you keep talking about this? Yeah, that was... Dude, that was pretty fucking nutty. That was actually nutty as hell. Like, he would bring something up. I would counter it. He would recognize that he was wrong. And then he would be like, okay, I'm bored. Let's move on from this. And then also consistently call me a fucking liar. What is this, Asmin? Hasan crashing out?
Can we move on, please?
What?
There's obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience.
This is
Everybody
so
wants
much
something
better
else.
than
I'm
I had ever
telling you,
hoped
dude,
it could
this
have
is
been.
You
disgusting.
have claimed
This is
falsely
unbelievable.
that I
No,
do not
I've-
recognize the
This is
testimony
insane.
of a sexual
Okay,
assault that took
yes.
place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was
Yeah,
false,
bro.
etc.
No. Were you implying that you have a mole in this operation? No, dude. I was implying that the reason why I didn't watch the content nuke was because it pissed them off, but also because I had already addressed all of the fucking claims he made in the context nuke. Because how could I have figured out what his claims were ahead of time? It's because he used the same shit that everyone else has been saying for months. And if he actually was interested in doing a well-researched video, he would have already had answers to half of the fucking questions that he had, which is precisely the reason why I was able to go through 7 points in succession like that and have him back away from the content nuke and the misinformation he presented in it. That's what it is. He mocked her mannerisms and appearance at one point, which was weird as fuck. I think the reason why he was doing that was so that I make fun of him so he can call me like ableist or something, which I did not eat that bait at all. And I feel like that in and of itself made him look really bad. Like, I really think that him just being like, you have a small head, or talking about my like armpit hair or anything like that was really weird. Ethan Klein repeatedly asking us questions about very complex and nuanced issues and then getting pissed off that it takes longer than 50 seconds to answer shows that he has no interest in having an actual discussion. All he cares about is cheap shots and gotcha moments. Yeah. I mean, Hasan was taking 20 minutes to explain that the guy was not a fan to Ethan, which wasn't even the point bringing up his clip. That basically was what Hasan was doing. He's just dodging. What do you mean? The reason why I said that dude wasn't a fan of mine is because he lied in the fucking context nuke and claimed that he was a fucking fan of mine. He lied in the context nuke and claimed he was a fan of mine when apparently this dude fucking harassed him in public. He keeps doing this over and over again. Like, the Mandela argument is a great one. Exactly. Here, as C-Mac said, you cannot win against someone who purposely omits Mandela talking about violence being justified, and then when you give him the full quote, he just goes, oh, well, okay, I don't care. Do you see what I mean? There were so many moments where he was just like, there were so many fucking moments where he was just, he recognized that he was in the wrong. And yet he would just say, okay, I don't care, and then move on, which, you know. Can you summarize the Avi Shlaim point on the Iraq flight? That seemed like his best rebuttal. Yes. In the aftermath of the Nakba and the horrific violence that Palestinians were subjected to during the time when all of these other countries that are, you know, unrelated to Palestine but are filled with Arabs, according to Ethan, that means that they're a hive mind. There were different formations and different instances of violence that and sometimes harassment that Jews were subjected to. Okay. And there were different like anti-Semitism, of course, played a role in this. Anti-Semitism born out of people's response to both the aliyahs, both the initial settler colonial actions taking place in British mandate Palestine, but also in the aftermath of horrific violence that Palestinians were subjected to. But the notion that this was a planned out expulsion that is similar to what the pre-IDF Zionist brigades engaged in is a ridiculous comparison. You are attributing the crimes of one specific group. Okay, you're attributing. That's the reason why I made the England example, because it's like saying the entirety of Europe is responsible for it. Like every European country is responsible for the Holocaust. Every single one. Yeah, there's also instances where a lot of these countries tried to prevent Jews from leaving their nations. Do you think the conditions of the Palestinians in Gaza, West Bank are worse than the black people in South African apartheid? Abso-fucking-lutely. Not even a yes. Like, pre-October 7? Also yes. Yes. Noam Chomsky has an interesting clip on this. I don't fully agree with it, but he says that it's worse because the apartheid South African, the apartheid South African structure actually needed the black population to be the workforce in general, whereas Noam Chomsky's assessment is that the Israeli population actually doesn't want any Palestinians to be there at all. Yes, and pre-October 7 is absolutely correct. October 6th, there was a Euromed Human Rights Monitor report that came out that said that past year, 2023, had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children. So Palestinians can't really afford to go for less radical resistance like Ethan suggested. Yeah, that's the whole point. Anyway. Sounds sensible. What's the part you disagree with? I think Israel does take advantage of Palestinians in the labor force. That's the only part that I don't fully agree with Noam Chomsky on. But yeah, it was Desmond Tutu who said the Israeli apartheid is worse than South Africa.
So you said that what you saw in Israel, something that was quite akin to the situation in South Africa before freedom came to the black people of South Africa.
They attacked the border, though, in 2018. What? No, they didn't. What the fuck is wrong with you? The Great March of Return was not an attack on the border, you dumb fuck. What are you talking about? Reminds me of how great the vibes were on Leftovers. Are you fucking stupid? You just described the process of a peaceful protest. You just described the process of a peaceful protest where the Israeli snipers literally fucking assassinated 200 Palestinians and took off the kneecaps, 42 a day, of people that were medics and like non-violent protesters as attacking the border. Arabs made me a Nazi. No, I mean, he's also making a joke about what Ethan was saying. That's what Ethan said to Sam. Oh, yeah, he's just making fun of Ethan. Ugh. I'm tired. He's such a liar and so bitch. Evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did?
He just admitted to the lawsuit was true as well. He was able to avoid the Nakba discussion by yelling about Iraq and comparing South Africa 100 civilians over 20 years without acknowledging 75 years of abuse and oppression. But I did mention that. He just did not fucking hear me or acted like he didn't hear me when I said that. Like, virtually everything that he said was a fucking lie. The IG story receipts was so good. Yeah, he couldn't believe his own self, dude. Some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
posts
From what period?
since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels. This
I'm
is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips,
What
you
year?
have mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
Times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked
This
about you
is before
110
the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week. This was so embarrassing for him, dude.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this somehow, this isn't a, somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When
approval.
you look at, do you want to look at them, by the way, chat? Do you guys want to look at that? It was so fucking embarrassing that he didn't even believe his own damn self. Hold on. Let me see if I can like put it in a different dump. Because I want to like accidentally leak someone's information. Please, because you haven't seen them all. I have not seen any. I haven't seen most of these. They're calling it a debate that changed minds and also helped. Yeah, I don't, dude, it's, man, I feel a little discouraged. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted not him to like concede the points. I wanted his audience to like self-reflect on some of this stuff. Because like ultimately, what am I supposed to self-reflect on? The fact that I'm anti-Semitic, right? Like that's not gonna happen. Normie reaction to you pulling data about how many times Ethan has mentioned you? Oh, fuck you, dude. Fucking take a day off, you bitch. Bro, go touch grass. I'm eating. I'm about to eat. I didn't like the who have more viewers talk. I thought it was fucking cringe. I shouldn't have even entertained it. They won't. Why didn't you show it then? I did on my side. But the reason why I didn't want to like send him the link was because I was worried that he was going to like go after whoever fucking sent it to me. Like the entire dump. You know what I mean? I think this should be fine. What is this?
not a
Ethan Klein,
swastika,
everybody?
Right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also.
It's wild to me how Ethan seems legitimate, but that third-party content that you have no control over is actually directly controlled and expressly personally approved by you. I know. Also, Hila apparently talked about how it goes into detail about the Palestinian family she saw in the house during her raid.
Trying to frame this as if it is like swatting. A guy with a clipboard asking your kids questions is not a fucking traumatic.
What is this? Is this what? Why? Why are you? Oh, here it is. This is actual fucking clip, not the fucking bad empanada part.
So my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid,
right?
You know, Malta to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So yeah, they took me with them one night even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as
Miles, you don't have to ban people that come in here just to say you got owned. I want to know why they think that.
we entered Ramallah,
I mean, I know why they think that, but
and I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like?
I want to hear what brilliant.
A gnarly armored Jeep.
Okay. And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were shooting. So someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house, and
yeah, he's it.
look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
This is just him.
Not you speeding up the clip. He didn't acknowledge the fact that the videos on YouTube of you talking to him are from the same moment, like 20 different fan channels. I mean, I mentioned that if he refused to reckon with it, but here. $100 and Hasan's favorite Twitter user. Hasan this whole time is hitting for the content nuke. He still got it, folks. With friends like these. AB has been nothing but respectful and professional to everyone over my tweet. Hutch talking about me. Posted on his Instagram story. Good research, bro. Weird business. Like he has not. Dude. It's just this over and over and over again for just since. I need you to understand something. This is just since January 31st, 2025. The audacity of this man to fucking make this claim that I've like been obsessed because he fucking saw my fan channels repost the same exact clip from the stream 100 times. Yeah. Ethan posted about me in a bathtub photo on Valentine's Day. He's fucking crazy.
As a threat to Israel. Yolande, for the moment, thank you very much. There are
What is this? The video Netanyahu doesn't want you to see.
hundreds, if not thousands of videos
The defending the Houthi rebel kid is still a bad look. Need to admit our mistakes and move on. No, dude. Because he's not a fucking Houthi. And if he was, I would still defend interviewing a Houthi. I don't think people understand this. I literally defended the Houthis. Like the entire fucking conversation, I defended the Houthis. If you have a fucking issue with that, what's your suggestion? What can people do to fucking stop a genocide? Ethan calls it a genocide. Still a bad look. Dude, I don't give a fuck, dude. Suck my dick. Oh my God, it's a bad look. Oh no, dude. You think it's a bad look that I'm defending a fucking group that is trying to do something, anything to incur penalties for Israel as they're doing a genocide? I guess no one should do anything against Israel doing a genocide. Everyone should just stand idly by. Fuck it. Optic Sandy over here.
Of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
We have some really disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened, but that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and their limbs are severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby?
I'm fucking muted. The kid's not a Houthi, brother. Oh my God. And I don't give a fuck even if he was. I'm so frustrated with this argument. I don't know why. I think this is the worst part because this is my autism where I have to correct people over and over again because they're claiming something that is false and it doesn't really matter. Okay? I would support him if he was a Houthi as well. I support the Houthis' militancy in the Red Sea against Israel's genocide. I support their actions in that framework. What is so hard to understand? Israel is doing a genocide. I don't care. I don't care if he was a Houthi or not. There were probably different conversations that would take place if he said he was a Houthi or if he said he was anti-Semitic, but it doesn't fucking matter in terms of defending the Houthis' actions in the Red Sea. What are people supposed to do? What is anyone supposed to fucking do? Anyway. I assume they'll fucking keep recycling the mass rape stuff to be like Hamas did a mass rape because there was enough media coverage on it initially and people didn't like do a thorough enough debunking because like the 50 beheaded baby stuff was instantly debunked, right? And that's precisely the reason why when people bring that up, it's an L for any pro-Israel person that brings it up. Tens of thousands of individual Jews rose up and resisted and revolted against Nazi occupation of Europe. And to say that this resistance was not warranted or valid shouldn't be praised and is ridiculous and inherently anti-Semitic. Fuck Ethan Klein. I love Poland. When I visited there, I did my best to visit a memorial to the heroes that died fighting the Nazi occupation during World War II, and to hear some fuck like Ethan Klein say their resistance, sacrifice, and loss was not warranted is fucking gross. It was an insane statement that he made. Play clips of him, Ethan. It's like, it's the fucking Arabs refuse to play clips of him, Ethan. What? Did Ethan acknowledge he weaponized rape at any point during the debate? No. I tried to bring that up, and I said you're using sexual assault as a way to like drama farm, especially when you yourself admit that I recognize that the instance that you're talking about, I also said happened. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed in Dan, to be fair. All right, let's look at what Elon Musk is doing.
Tonight, our exclusive look into Doge. Elon Musk was nice enough to invite us into the Eisenhower building last night to sit in on his weekly 10 p.m. Doge meeting. Yeah, they usually meet at 10 o'clock. I'm almost in bed by then. We met the whole crew, even big balls, and they showed us how Doge really gets done. We sat back, listened, and we learned a lot, and we hope you do too. Here's part one of our exclusive interview. Elon, thank you so much for bringing us into the meeting here. I'm going to do something no anchor ever does. I'm not going to talk.
What?
For as long as possible.
You're talking right now.
I'm going to let you run your meeting, and then I'll interrupt when I'm bored. So take it away.
So, like a board meeting?
Like a board meeting. Exactly.
All right. Well, I guess we normally go around the table, say what do we get done this week?
Want to go this way?
Sure. No, we start with you.
Sure. So actually, a lot of great work
This
with the
is so
Treasury this
fucking
week.
cringe. I want to. Oh my god.
One of the crazy things with regards to the Treasury is that when a payment is made, and the computers at the Treasury actually pay about $5 trillion per year, like crazy amounts, there was formerly not a budget code on there. So if a payment was made, you didn't know actually what it was for. It could have been for anything. Yeah. There was a $4 billion COVID fund in the Department of Education, and there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. And when people looked into it, this wasn't us, this was before us, they found that money was being used to rent out Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out stadiums, et cetera. And so the one change that Doge made with the Department of Education is we had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload your receipt. And upon doing so,
yes,
nobody drew down any money anymore.
Yes, but we didn't say that we'd check the receipt. You could send a fake receipt. You could send a picture of your dog. Anything.
Anything.
Anything. But as soon as we asked for anything at all, suddenly the requests were like, oh, we don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
They were renting Caesar's Palace.
Yes, they were like basically partying on the taxpayer money.
Stadiums.
Yes.
Leasing stadiums.
Leasing stadiums.
For what?
For parties, basically.
For parties.
Yes.
That's a big party.
It's a big party.
Stop memeing. Don't be fucking annoying.
You think if you were stealing, you'd start small?
They do start small. But then what happens is over the years, so generally the fraud starts out small and they try to hide it. But then year after year, if nobody stops the fraud, it gets more and more brazen. And every year it gets bigger until they're literally renting out stadiums. Like
what's that, $1 million to rent out a stadium?
Fraud in flagrante delicto, okay? We're talking at scale.
This is driving me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
When you find these things, do you guys get mad? Do you like, yes, I got one? How does it make you feel?
It's so common.
It's so common.
You're like used to it.
I mean, you just get
numb to it.
Unfortunately, like the 100th time you've heard it, it's hard not to get a little numb.
Yeah.
You know, but and by the 200th time, you're like, well, okay, it's just another day at the office.
We checked, is the Small Business Administration giving loans to dead people over the age of 120? The answer was yes, and it was around $330 million in total. So
people with a birthday that could not possibly be real.
Yeah.
Meaning they're over 100. They're 115 years old or older. The oldest living American is 114. So it's safe to say if anybody is in the system as 115 years or older, that is fake.
So just by sharing a database and looking at social security numbers that showed.
What's this?
We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you fucking moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of.
We were Zionists.
I don't like this back and forth here because, like, I think people didn't understand. Like, I didn't do a decent enough job explaining my position. The comparison is inappropriate because one is a planned, deliberate extermination campaign. The other is a response to the planned, deliberate extermination campaign. And he basically attributed all of that. Like, he reversed the roles. He reversed the roles of the Nakba in that comparison and said, oh, it was anti-Semitism that drove people away. There were people that left before the Nakba as well. There were already instances of violence that took place before the Nakba as well. Against Jews, I mean. But I don't think he understood that, like, this would, even if these countries were all individually and uniquely violent and racist, before this person says, you were really bad at explaining yourself when all you did was repeat these countries are not Palestine. Yes, I don't think you understand the point either. Even if every single Arab nation, let's say, was being fucking racist and vile to Jews, okay, across the board, which is not even the case, okay? Even if every single one of these Arab nations were doing that, that still is an inappropriate comparison to make with the Nakba, because the Nakba had no reason other than full-blown ethnic cleansing against a Palestinian population that had nothing going on, like that didn't do anything. He also clip-chimped Avi Shlaim because Avi Shlaim literally said when his family left Iraq, they were treated as Iraqis in Israel and not as Jews. Yeah, that's the other side as well. ELSF Reddit runs the narrative. Get ahead of it. It's very pro-E. Yeah, dude, there's nothing I can do to get ahead of the fucking shitheads that literally run LSF. What do you mean? I know. They are an incredibly fucking racist. Look at this. Look at this. The Papa Gut. Who the fuck is Papa Gut? Like, look, Ethan is in the zone. Destiny. H3 Podcast. Hasan comparing Houthi teenager to Anne Frank. Yes, the only thing that they have is this. They are going to keep brigading the LSF subreddit. There's 7,000 people on here right now, and they're going to actively brigade it so that they can make it seem as though this is what actually took place. The reality of the matter, on the other hand, is that most people don't even fucking take their notes from LSF because they basically used it like a cum sock for the past year. Yeah. One should always ask, whenever you're posting on LSF or if you see it, one should always ask why the head mod, Destiny's DGG Orbiter of the Year, by the way, constantly bans people for bringing up that Destiny's a sex pest. Yeah, nobody really goes to fucking LSF except for the horny motherfuckers who love talking about how, horny motherfuckers that want to just like brigade it in times of need for brigading. When you went in the chat the other day, it was all L's or W's. Is confirmed the community's cook. Wasn't like that before. Yeah, they are literally actively protecting the sex pest over there. They're actively protecting the sex pest and all of his little fucking brigadier generals. But it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day because it's like yelling into a fucking vacuum. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I didn't expect Ethan to be so angry and vitriolic right out of the gate. Yeah, he really lost his cool instantly. Also, he thought his strongest points were just like complaining about a fucking bleed sword. Like, it was so ridiculous. Like, he just came out of the gates looking like a maniac. No, Fortnite L dances, like, I don't give a shit. Hasan is right. There are fallen fans from this. I'm right here. I've always known Ethan was not perfect, but he was obviously has issues with fake news, and I can't stand by and hope he gets any longer. I've deleted anything H3 related, ended friendships over them being in the cult still, and I've been shunned from the biggest H3 Facebook group because those friends told the Moz I have criticism of Ethan's behavior. As Hasan said today, I am embarrassed to wear my teddy fresh. I'm sure hate is going to come my way, but I just needed Hasan and possibly Ethan's third party reading this somehow, some way or another, to see that their actions have real consequences even for fans and the friends they made in the community they cared and cultivate. Why can't Ethan admit that H3 Reddit is almost now entirely populated with hate posts? Where are the goose and gas I've been paying for these 5 years, Ethan? The money was supposed to go to support a show that supported the LGBTQIA+ with a Pride Minute and towards the crew that works very hard to make that show, not you to attack others using politics and bigotry only in your favor. That was a fucking train wreck. Unsubbed and cancel my membership. Ethan needs to learn a lesson. Yeah. I hope some people were like, not like him or hate him. The quartering loved it when Ethan called us out on his tags. I agree. It was a fantastic retort by Ethan, in my opinion. The jewel of the crown of his debate. They like the quarter pounder now. Oh God, the community is so lost. At a certain point, they're going to realize that literally all the fucking fandom that they've cultivated is entirely right-wing people. This is what makes me sad. I thought that I would able to pierce the veil a little bit and to shake people off of their parasocial stupor and get them to realize that, like, he was not only doing a disservice to the causes that he claims to care about, but that he was also cultivating, I mean, he was bringing in a lot of right-wing reactionary sentiment into his own community. But I think in a weird way, there's just like all these people that I think that they're progressive while they just like repeat some of the silliest fucking right-wing points over and over again. This guy once famously tweeted, yikes, in response to yikes, there you have it, in response to someone literally fucking saying Adolf Hitler sucks. That's who they're hyping up at this point. And I need you guys to understand something. Like, there are a lot of right-wing shitheads out there. There are a lot of right-wing assholes on the internet. But you are not alone, okay? Yeah, I saw the stuff. And they were saying Sam is the token Jew and all this shit. You're forgetting that prior to you, Ethan was largely right adjacent. Yeah, but I thought he excised most of the right-wingers in his community. And that they all hated him now. Except many of the fan bases that wanted Ethan to keep being like a centrist, alt-centrist, and then wrote extensively about how much he fucking sucks, now are back to supporting him, and he loves it. He was a liberal on social issues because the money was good. No, I don't think he's ever going to turn around and fully present himself as a right-winger. But I think on this issue, he will always have this incredibly inconsistent position where he's angry and resentful towards right-wing nonsense while also constantly framing everything from the perspective of like Jewish pain when it comes to Israel. But ironically enough, the Israel stuff, ironically, like, this is kind of what happened with fucking, as I was talking about with Horowitz and Ben Shapiro. A bunch of neocon Jewish people propped up Candace Owens, who was anti-Semitic but wasn't anti-Israel. And they thought that this celebrity that they created within the right-wing ecosystem would not fall out of their hands, like would not get out of control and become anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, and even become more anti-Semitic along the way as well in comparison to her prior statements. That in and of itself is like, when you're so horny to fucking cultivate allegiances, you end up unironically expanding on anti-Semitic statements. If your only care and consideration revolves around defending Israel, okay, or defending the hurt feelings of American Jews who want to defend Israel, then you're going to end up crafting allegiances with a lot of right-wing figures who aren't necessarily always going to be on your side. Anyway. He's going to grow more from this than you will in the short term. Ethan, look focused on the stuff the majority of the viewership cares about. Drama slop. You look ranty and boring. I don't think the majority is going to fucking think that he was making coherent points when you look like an insane person talking about a fucking swastika sword while I was like, let's define the terms of Zionism. You know? Yeah, by the way, I do unironically believe that. I don't think Ethan believes it's a genocide. He's just saying that because he wants to move on to the next talking point, because nothing he said is consistent with believing that it's a genocide. That's it. He's lying 100. I will say that forever. He is 100% lying about his belief that Israel is doing a genocide. And that's what I tried to explain to people that were listening, that like, you think it's a genocide, but like everyone is a terrorist. You think it's a genocide, but like your own personal feelings are more important. Like, what is going on here? It's not, the genocide is not like a fucking card to cast away people being horrible. Like, if I were to fucking hit someone with a car, I can't turn around and be like, well, there's a genocide going on. That'd be fucking insane. If I actually had done something wrong to Ethan, and it wasn't just like things that he had hallucinated about how like I had a swastika sword and I gave it to iDubbbz or something, or whatever the fuck he believes in his mind, then, you know, if there was something beyond that I had done to him deliberately, if I had literally called CPS on his house, then he would have a valid concern there. But I didn't do any of those things. And I don't think any of those things are appropriate in terms of like all the harassment he's received. And I tried to show him that. He could complain about all that shit, and that would be valid if those things were fucking valid. But even then, it would be ridiculous if his entire conversation and commentary that revolves around this thing that he calls to be a genocide is just about petty drama. Now, I know petty drama is what gets people going. Clearly, I had 120,000 people in here watching today. But if you truly thought that there was a genocide going on, I don't think you'd be fucking spending every waking moment instead of, you know, at least offering some commentary on that front to specifically complain about people who are covering it. That's it. But yeah, I mean, it's the same as the Fetterman principle, right? You can say whatever the fuck you want about Arabs. Whatever the fuck you want about Arabs, bro. And it doesn't matter. You can be a seating senator. Can you imagine if a senator said this about Jews, by the way? You can't reform a carton of sour milk, Fetterman told Ben-Ami, according to the notes from the meeting referring to the Palestinians. Fetterman said he did not believe in a two-state solution and claimed he had never met an Arab person who would condemn Hamas. Correction. The notes from the meeting stated only a single Arab he has met with the staff was present for wouldn't outright condemn Hamas. Fetterman went on to make statements that shocked people. In opposing a ceasefire, he said, let's get back to killing. A person who heard the conversation told me, he said, kill them all. In a statement, Fetterman denied that account, adding, any reference to killing was solely about Hamas. I do support the destruction of that organization down to its last member. You could say all this shit and it won't matter as a fucking senator. Can you imagine if any senator was saying this about Jews, dude? You got him to admit IDF is a terror organization in front of 220,000 people. It's a huge success. I'm not going to lie, guys. I don't think people will care about that, but maybe I'm wrong. The thing that most people will care about is like whatever they consider to be devaluing. Like if they hate me, they'll look for any opportunity to claim that I'm wrong or I'm in the wrong. And I think, I mean, we'll see. Time will tell. There were plenty of moments where Ethan said like insane shit, right? But the internet is incredibly right-wing and incredibly racist. I mean, there's a lot of people who are pro-Palestine for sure. Like that much is clear. But I think the reality of the matter is, for them, like Ethan is like, okay, yeah, it's a genocide. What of it? Like they're just gonna go, okay, that's fine. He said it. Him being insane and unhinged is what his appeal is becoming online. Ethan has a popularity right now to go down a very lucrative path. People want a drama slop YouTuber who hates Muslims and is slightly liberal. The D audience wants him and will grow him. I don't think they have that much motion, brother. Like, they have a lot of opportunities to brigade shit, but I don't think they have the motion to do that. I think you're overextending. I think you're like, I'll give you an example of something. Like Ethan in the context nuke said something along the lines of like, I made Hasan and I feel bad and that's why I have to take him out. I saw that. And what he fails to realize is that I was a mainstream figure before I went on fucking Leftovers. And as a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say that he was a more popular figure than me before I went on Leftovers, but I was a more mainstream figure than he was before I went on Leftovers, at least in that time frame, right? Like it's the same difference between like me going out and like someone of comparatively the same size going out. It's because of what I do. It's not necessarily like how many people are watching me in terms of popularity. It's more so because of what I actually do, right? Because I do political commentary, because there's a lot of politicians who watch, because I collaborate with a lot of politicians, because I collaborate with a lot of media individuals, like people in the media. There are, of course, going to be a lot more people that pay attention. I will say, as a massive H3 fan, you definitely one does to keep your composure. You stay relevant without centering the focus on you yourself, but rather topics at hand. 2 problems in the world. Yeah, I hope more people see that. He posted my comment and told me to stop watching, saying a similar thing. It was so funny. That's when I became a Fallen fan. He's definitely going to walk back on some of the things he conceded today to say, I only said that to shut him up. Anyway, it's a sad state of affairs.
Seven to 900,000 were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arabs, the
There you
anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
There you go.
What? Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you
rest
okay?
my case.
Okay, approximately 7 to 900,000.
Dude, the fucking Arabs are responsible for Zionism is so insane. Like, everybody forced Israel's hand, man. Everybody is just like, Israel never wanted to exist in the violent ways that it does, but it was the fucking shitty ass Arabs who forced Israel's hand, you know? This is the guy who believes Israel's doing a genocide, by the way, and wants you to think that he's like pro-Palestinian. This moment. You lost the debate, but you aren't entirely wrong. Thanks, Chatter. Anyway, will you keep the sword after this debate? Yeah. Why would I fucking throw it out? Do you think the majority will see E as the legend? No. Most normal people who are fucking adults are not going to see that. But it doesn't matter because we are not around most normal people who are fucking adults who will watch this casually. We are around people who are extremely online. So in the upcoming days, you will see an endless sea of brigaders who are like, Ethan was so calm and kept his composure the entire time. TikTok will go crazy with clips going where people are like, what the fuck is this guy's problem about Ethan? Twitter most likely will also be going crazy with clips that are like, what the fuck is this guy's problem with respect to Ethan? But Reddit and Twitch and my Twitch chat will absolutely be brigaded to oblivion with people going, he was so intelligent. You got owned, little bro. You got owned by a guy who is so stupid. That is what they will say. Hutchmoss show what a normal half-educated person thinks? Yeah. Why are people acting like he lost? No one. It's just fucking LSF. And they're not even saying I lost. They're just saying that, like, they're just trying to find a response out of my reaction to Ethan that that makes it seem like I, had a position that they disagree with. I don't mind that I lost my cool in different parts of the conversation. I think it was important to drive home certain points. So that's it. Yeah, of course, Ethan's subreddit thinks he dogwalked me. Ethan's subreddit thinks he dogwalked Sam Cedar. They're fucking insane. It's all fucking a parasocial shit. Bro, do you know how fast? Here's why that looks that way. Because they delete every fucking comment 3 seconds in. If someone were to write, right now, if you were to talk in Ethan's subreddit, I'm not saying to do this, by the way. I'm not saying to do this at all. Many of you are probably already banned if you were already in his community and said something critical a long time ago. But I'm telling you right now, if any of you had any take that was even remotely critical of how Ethan conducted himself and you posted it in a subreddit, they would delete it instantly. You would have your post get fucking ethered. You know? Yeah, he said that debate was embarrassing for Sam Cedar. These guys are living on their own fucking planet. They're delusional. I'm going to do a running tally. I want to do a running tally of how many points that he conceded to and just said, okay, you're boring. You know what I mean? Anyway, please tell us this was cathartic for you.
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
and
matter
it's
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that
Ultimate
dude
Rape
is
Review?
because
I don't know what the
you don't
fuck
give
you're
a
even
fuck.
talking
All you
about.
care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good.
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
and
matter
it's
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a.
I don't know why he couldn't answer which nation is responsible for the Holocaust, and he had to wait for a point. What? Ultimately, I agreed with you on the majority of everything, but I feel like your delivery on some points can be done with more compassion. You say he's seeing anti-Semitism where there isn't any, but you can't say that the creators aren't intentionally being anti-Semitic. No, because I don't believe that the creators are being intentionally anti-Semitic or even accidentally anti-Semitic. I think he's insane. Also, it's hilarious because he admitted that it wasn't a swastika. Ethan Klein admitted that he would view Anne Frank differently if she actually resisted militarily against, if she had the opportunity to resist militarily against the Nazi occupation. He called his wife a terrorist. He admitted that Israel was doing a genocide. He admitted on numerous occasions that he was wrong on a shit ton of points that he had brought forward in his context nuke. He even admitted that he misrepresented Nelson Mandela's position. And I don't know how people's takeaway from that is going to be like, well, yo, he was really composed. The problem is he just like doesn't, I don't think he can contend with rejection. And this is I feel like this is a big part of the issue. He basically conceded on every point except for the main point, which is that his feelings are hurt. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Israel's committing a genocide, but you literally cannot do anything about it. You can't. And you have to ask Ethan Klein what the right way to go about it is. Do you think this opened more viewers' eyes with this debate to his narcissism and just fed into it more? No, I think it fed into it more. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe tomorrow, magically, Ethan's like, yeah, you know what? I fucked up. Like, I don't believe the shit that I have been saying for a while. And that I'm messed up. I need to take a mental health break or something, you know? Maybe that's what'll happen, but probably not. He'll look for support, and he'll get plenty of support from like the Nick DeOrio, like all the Keemstar adjacent, Keemstar orbiters who fucking despise me are going to, they're going to run around and hype him up and be like, you're our king. You're so good. You said Dr. Pepper's BDS? Yeah, it's not. It's not a part of the Palestinian National Committee's fucking boycott, divestment, and sanctions list. I don't know why. Yeah, I know his sub count's been steadily going down. That doesn't mean anything. When he mentioned the anti-Semitic stuff, I actually thought he was joking. No, he was being serious. He kept calling you a liar, then played clips that immediately showed you weren't lying. Yeah, I think this is why I said yesterday that, like, I think a lot of this stuff doesn't matter. A lot of the actual issues don't matter. What matters is parasocial fans and how they feel.
Explain to me. I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you fucking moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movement that arose out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
Not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the Jews in Iraq have to do with
Zionists
fucking
were the
Israel?
ones who
You
actually
bigot.
fucking terrorized the
You are
Palestinians.
so dude. You screaming and
cannot point to the
grandstanding doesn't mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You fucking racist piece of shit.
Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they left.
Iraq
They
is
left
not
because I'm a fucking
Palestine,
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hasan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous.
You coward. I'm going to have Avi Shlaim on soon. Yes. Do you think he sincerely believes you're anti-Semitic at this moment in time? I think if he thinks I'm anti-Semitic sincerely, he's fucking insane. And I'm not going to lie, he might be fucking insane. Because he legitimately thought bringing up, like, the swastika sword and shit was actually solid. Like, that was a like incredibly solid way to, I guess, own me in the marketplace of ideas or whatever. Like, he's like, oh, I got you the swastika sword. And then he was like, it's not a swastika sword, but it made me feel like it was a swastika sword. And it's really fucked up. Or the moments where he was like, how did you feel doing iDubbbz' like content cop? Like, I don't fucking know. Yeah, he's like, it's not a swastika, but I feel like it might be a swastika. And I don't like that it feels like it might be a swastika. Like, he wanted to find anti-Semitism where none existed, okay? Anyway. I do think personally calling each other names was not helpful though. Bro, that was like 5 hours, man. Calm down. At the end of yelling like that obviously solved nothing. Yeah, I know. It made me feel good though for the moment. It was a moment of catharsis for me. Yeah. Ethan Klein's entire fucking framework around Israel has been that, like, unlike Eve Fartlow, he does believe that a genocide is happening. But just like Eve Fartlow, he complains about seeing a free parking sign and then thinking it said Free Palestine and how that made him feel really scared. That's the difference. He lives in this very unique place where he's carved out a place for himself where he's like, I'm progressive. I actually think Israel's doing a genocide sometimes. Or other times he's like, it's not doing a genocide. Who knows? But then simultaneously, you just can't really do anything about it. You can't say anything about it. You can't really speak about the groups that are resisting against it, because then I think you should be deplatformed. That makes no sense. Yeah. Or the UK lady seeing paragliding tours. The reality of the matter is, no matter what fucking people say online, most normal people see stuff like this and laugh and go, okay, dude, like, you're out of your fucking mind, you know? I mean, this is one of the funniest memes of all time. Woman slams selfish paragliders who made her think Hamas were invading Doncaster. It's a classic. ultimately, none of this stuff is going to change the needle or is going to move the needle in terms of, like, you know, younger people reflecting on their attitude towards Israel's live child Holocaust campaign, you know? And what's sadder is that we are not going to be able to actually change the dynamic. We're not going to be able to actually get Israel to stop. Israel just yesterday, last night, as I was talking, shot a fucking humanitarian aid ship in Malta. It's disgusting. It's gross. And Israel's defenders are disgusting and gross. Ethan Klein tried to present himself as not an Israel defender because he knew that I would fucking clamp on it. And that's precisely the reason why he made it seem as though he was, he's like, oh, it's a genocide. Yeah, here, this is a great take from Matt Lieb. Yes, fine. I admit Israel's doing a genocide, and I promise I'll treat it with the urgency it requires after I'm finished deplatforming everyone who's been treating it with the urgency it requires. He called Matt Lieb a capo. He called all these people fucking, you know. I don't know. He went fucking crazy mode with it. This part threw me personally. Conflating swastika symbol to the N-word being reclaimed by black people is nasty work. No, it was really funny. Like, he legit thought he was cooking there, bro. He thought he was cooking there with the swastika. Yeah, he shot on Taylor Lorenz. Anyone and everyone that is ever remotely positive towards me, he fucking despises. He does not care. He just...
We'll show you what a liar hypocrite you are.
You big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
they love you,
what do you
huh?
want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like
objective
you.
is not to be liked, Hasan.
No, that's the other side. I know people don't like me. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay? I know people don't like me as well. Trust me. A lot of them are fucking really gross people, and I don't really mind that they don't like me, you know? Maybe people in their fan bases that get fucking duped into thinking that I'm a bad dude. That's one thing. But it's life. Life is life. What are you going to do about it? Stop fucking crying all the time. Oh my God. It just, it's so strange. He seems to have no problem with Gila denying it's a genocide.
Does that on the daily, the idea.
I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now I'm not denying.
What is this? I don't care about this. Fucking holy shit. Oh yeah. All right, whatever.
That might surprise you because it will show you.
All right. This is it. This is all I got for today. Holy fuck, that was a long day. It's only 8 hours and 37 minutes, but yeah, we know Gila disagrees with Ethan on the genocide shit. I don't even necessarily care about her perspective all that much on this because I think it's Ethan still, who is a 40-year-old adult who has participated in the deplatforming initiative that he now doesn't want to take credit for when he had fucking no issue taking credit for it. I feel like I'm losing my mind, folks. Oh my God. Anyway. Hopefully we'll be done with the fucking, who am I kidding? When I say we're probably done with the Ethan Klein stuff, we're probably not. I'll go through some of the responses and things of that nature. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? All right, peace, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.